What's up, guys and gals, people, y'all, everyone, humans, bots, droids, Saiyans, Super Saiyans. What is Piccolo anyway? I just forget what Piccolo is. That was fun. I just wanted to infinity and beyond because that's what we're doing today. We're going to infinity and beyond. What is Piccolo? That's gonna bother me. Piccolo. DBZ. Is it Namekian? Namekian. Namekian. That's how you say it. Namekian. Almost like a Nexomon. Maybe he was like the first Nexomon, huh? Thank you for joining me. We're going to be working on Vercel today. This episode is called Say My Name, and I was disappointed to see that when I Googled Say My Name, David Guetta, Beba Rexa, Beba, whatever, Beba, I think it's Beba, right? It's not Bibi. It's not Baby. It's Beba, Beba Rexa. This is not the reference I intended. What I meant was the OG, Beyonce, Forever, for LYF, for life. Say My Name, because what we're going to do today, we're going to have our web application hosted on Vercel. We are going to have it display my name in the top right, the username. We're going to have some rules around that, like what is the username? Well, we are going to, I'll just go ahead and spell out the strategy. We're going to assign everyone a automatically generated username at sign up time. And then they're going to get a first time user experience to update that username to one, anything they want that's available, or two, some suggestions. Suggestions based on, we're going to ask their first and last name, and then we already know their email. So the suggested names are going to be their first name or a derivative name like John or John-1, etc. Or their last name or a derivative name, Vanderveer, Vanderveer-2. I always get Vanderveer because there's like nothing, like, I have a family, there are other Vanderveers, but I guess they don't do much on the internet. That was a joke. I got some caffeine going on. I got Starbucks green tea lemonade halfway cut with Monster. So we're going to get some stuff done today. So it could be their first name or a derivative, last name or a derivative, or their email with the @ and following characters truncated. So for me, that would be, I have several emails, and I don't mind you knowing them. But that would be one of my email addresses with the @ and following characters truncated. And so I might suggest this, or I might suggest this. And it's going to be a very simple algorithm for the derivative suggestions. It's just going to be that, or if that's unavailable, the first number. It's just going to increment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I might be John 952. But for the initial generated, we don't know your first name or your last name yet. We do know your email, but I don't want to assume that people are chill identifying that. That's going to be up to them. So we're going to do, a lot of people are doing this, where it could be like, Docker is doing this. If you spin up a new container, it'll give you the ID, but it'll also give you a semantic ID. Like flamboyant llama, right? It'll do something like that. I'm not going to spin up Docker to show you, but it'll do something like that. And Docker is not the only one doing this. There's like an analytics software that I've seen where it will name your models. Because if a data analyst is going to run like a bunch, like say 30 different regressions, or like a genetic algorithm where it like tries every combination of factors, and then those will all get UUIDs, but when you're talking with people, it's not effective to be like, model number 59261. They're like, what are you talking about? Like, is this an episode of Travelers and you just call each other by numbers? Like, that's a nightmare. We have English or semantic, could be some other language, but for me it's English, but semantic labels where it means something. And it's easier to remember, basically. Kind of like in the crypto space, we do this, where you'll have, what is it, like a memory key or something, and I eat chocolate for days because it's yummy, and that means like your password, right? And so that's going to be the out-of-the-box suggestion generation. I also wanted to mention, this is kind of a tangent, but it's a related tangent. We're going to be doing some server-side debugging. If you're trying to learn, that's going to be a cool thing that you're learning today. And I might be learning some of it too. I mean, I've been debugging Node for years. I've used Chrome DevTools and VS Code debugger, really great stuff. But what I haven't done is tried to debug with the Vercel command line tool. So we'll see if that ends up being cool. So one thing that I wanted to mention quickly is that I fixed my social alerts with Restream. That's what they're called. So this is, if you're interested in streaming or recording videos or etc., you might find this quick tip useful. They're called social alerts, and I set it up one day and I forgot how I set it up, and it was always inaccurate after that because I kept saying that I was going to live pardon a research paper for publication, which is a thing that I did one day, but I definitely don't do that all the time. So I updated it. Now it reads, let me read you the preliminary tweet. Twitter, Facebook, and Discord are currently supported. I don't have a Discord platform at the moment. Let me know if you're interested in that. I'm more than happy to set one up. In the meantime, I told Ben Awad that I'm stealing his Doge logs idea with my Moonlogs idea. Charlie says, me too. And so I'm hoping he'll let me get like admin and I can stream on his instead of setting up my own where no one listens. But we'll see. So now I say, going live, join me for games or live coding on Twitch, YouTube, and select other streaming platforms. And I have some hashtags. And so that is mainly what I do. Those of you who know me will know this, but if you're new to the channel, welcome. You can join me on any platform where I stream, and if you can chat, I have like a central location where I'll see all the chats. But like most people will be watching me on YouTube or Twitch. So if you're wanting to engage peer-to-peer, which I strongly encourage, it's a ton of fun, and here are the Moonlogs, you can just say Vanderveer Moonlogs and see all of these, which I'll be assembling into a playlist and I'll be assembling into a Learn to Code course. So these are long streams with a lot of dead space, and that's costly to watch for you, right? So go for it, and you can pick up some cool stuff, how to work with Supabase, authentication, like there's a lot of cool stuff here. Also, if you're a product maker, if you are with the Supabase team, if you are with Vercel, NextJS, Google Chrome, anyone involved in the web container project, you can review these, and I do have product feedback too. Basically, web containers have a lot of room for improvement. So with my course, it's not just going to be like talking through all these long ones. It's going to clip out the relevant sections and then like pair them with like, hey, this is how you code and do things. So it will be efficient information transaction. That's like what you'll be paying for is basically to curate what would otherwise be dead space, but is also freely available if you just want to grind through it yourself. Okay, cool. We know why we're saying my name. Say my name, say my name. If you remember last time, I did do the pull request, and that's how we had to end the stream. So I pull requested Supabase to support Twitter, and then at the end of the stream, Docker was making me restart my computer, so I had to kill the stream and restart it. But I did go ahead and run the test with Docker. Everything passed, so button up that last episode. It's good news. I'm going to switch over to light mode, not because I'm like a giant fan of light mode, but because I think it's harder for you to see my face when dark mode's on. I ought to get a ring light. I'll do that later, whatever. But this is my future caster issues. So you can always come here, even like out of stream, right? And I welcome your pull requests and contributions and discussion. And so say my name. We are going to be dealing with these top two issues. Is the idea here today. Like no guarantees we get done with them, right? But those are what we're tackling. Here is the old web app. One other thing that I did in the meantime was I made it more mobile responsive. And I also previously kind of liked the asymmetry, but then I didn't. So now it's symmetrical. It's like literally 50-50. We're using Tailwind. And then the cool thing that I did, like previously it was not mobile friendly. So it would just do this. And now it will do this. And you can get your random fortunes. There's only 2 currently, but like eventually there will be a lot. And I also added theme ID. So this is like a major thing that I spoke to early in the stream last time, theme seeds and futurecast seeds. So that's not a complete feature, but I did some initial work. So basically I have 2 theme IDs. And currently I'm pretty sure the theme ID is only affecting the cast your future button text. But in principle, it could affect all the things. I did play around with the skeleton artistically, but it just looked stupid, so I didn't keep any of it. And currently you have to refresh the whole page to get a new theme ID. And it's randomly determined, so you might get the same one. It's like you might get the same one a few times in a row. Okay, so shake the magic 8 ball, it says, because that's theme ID 1. So the theme ID is not just affecting style, it's also affecting content. And then in the future, I won't have to refresh the page, I'll just have a refresh button. I should write this as an issue. I'll just have a refresh icon and a lock icon if I want to maintain that theme throughout my browsing session. Okay, unlock, let me make this. It's not the same as theme seeds, but it's related, so I'll do a new issue that depends on. And we're getting over 10 issues. Usually my rule of thumb of switching from GitHub issues into GitHub projects is that when you hit double digits, you should go over projects. Highly subjective rule, but that's what I usually do. And so this will be theme seed, refresh, and lock. Okay, user can click refresh button to get a new theme seed without page reload. User can click lock button to persist current theme seed across page reloads. And then user can also write in an input field an arbitrary theme seed to view that theme. And then we'll say that using refresh or write costs equal to 1 fortune future casting. So there's going to be this kind of like gamish currency. Gamish currency-ish energy thingies. Great. And because this is a hobby project, I can say stuff like that, which I wouldn't say in a professional context, right? Let's go to my settings. And turn off the light mode. Appearance. So usually I like dark mode for my eyes, but for y'all's ability to see my face, I'll put it in light mode. Okay. So yeah. And like I just refreshed the page because I already deployed it. So this is what it looks like now. Cast your future. And you get like random fortune tellings. Okay, cool. I think I tried Google making some tweaks and it still didn't work. I'll give that a test and then I'll be able to close the tab. Sign up with Google. Yeah. Okay, so the Google thing's not working. That's fine. So currently the GitHub is the only one that works, just so y'all know in case you want to actually go try it. This is, y'all can reach this one. I know you can't get to my local hosted course. But futurecaster.vercel.app. You can go log in and the Google button, I think it doesn't work. I should probably, you know what, I'm going to comment that out, actually, because it doesn't work. So that's the first thing we'll do right now. Those others, Google, where's my string? I've been having trouble with my local file search. Yeah, see if I say this is under Futurecaster. But it's like not working. How do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. So I'm just not gonna use the files to include modifier. Search only in open editors. No, I'm not doing that. All right, cool. So here is where I say GitHub and Google both. Now it's just gonna be GitHub. We know that one works. I'll go ahead and commit that. What's on the, and then my TS config is like constantly doing white space changes, and I keep committing it, but then it's like changed again. Okay, so this would be, I guess it's a feature technically, or a fix or a chore. Let's call it a fix. Remove Git Google auth. Okay, we'll do that for now. And let's get to the good stuff where I actually show you my name. Maybe I should do VS Code also light theme. I don't know. I don't really want it. VS Code light theme hurts my heart. Okay. This we're going to keep open. Keep that. I don't need sign up. But I do want this page because it's going to have select, which is what I'm going to want to get my user data. I'm going to want to select. Creating a Twitter clone, I don't want this. CSS gradient, I don't want that. Did I implement? So yeah, I was playing with CSS gradients, but it didn't look great. Tailwind, I'm going to need to refer to a bunch, so I'll keep it open. Okay, I think I'll keep these tabs. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Buckle up. Let's get into some code. So, to start with, I want to know if you're signed in. How do I know if you're signed in? I query your Supabase data, and if you're signed in, it will go through, and if you're not signed in, it won't go through. I'm actually not sure if I'm currently signed in. That's the need for the feature, right? Let's see. I might be able to look at my header, my bearer token. Pretty sure I'm not currently signed in. There's a cookie here. Could kill my cookies just to be extra safe. Vercel ID, yeah, good, good, good. I have an E tag. I'm not sure what it's doing. Could indicate signed in. I don't think so, though. I think I'm using an auth bearer header token, which I don't see. And so, therefore, I think I have no bearer token, so I think I'm not logged in. That's the story I'm going with. Now, the idea is that when you first sign up, I should generate your username. So database, tables, users. I currently have one row. That's myself, right? This is the metadata for the table. I want to see the table values. How do I see the table values? Okay, so this is the user. I guess I could just connect my own database explorer, but that defeats a lot of the purpose right here. Supabase team, come on. Roles, extensions, yep. Wow, I literally can't browse the table. This is super annoying. So I can see the user, but what about all the other columns? I want all the other columns, man. Is this a hack? Can I try to quote unquote add the user table over here? And should say the table already exists. No, it actually created a users table. Yo, there's two users tables. Okay, it's in a different schema, that's why. Okay, it's in a different schema. I wonder, there's no way, like, the Supabase team has to know this is a common pattern. So let's Google Supabase user table. Maybe they just really want you to have a strong separation of concerns between auth and like application data. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Storing, yep, Supabase storing first, last, and other data. How do you recommend? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Mari USA, thank you for asking the question. Okay. There are a few ways to do this. I recommend that you keep all the user data in a completely separate table. You will have auth.users, public.users. Okay. Full respect on this. Okay. Ideally, I'd like for this to be happening on a server. Yes, it happens in the database. The database is just Postgres. Postgres has triggers, yep. So they're recommending to use a database trigger. Okay. It seems like kind of complicated, but maybe, I mean, it's the way they recommend. Usually I try to avoid database triggers in general. Okay. And on users, their guest username. I suspect it's permissions. Okay. Hi, I'm trying to set up a trigger to automatically copy new users from auth to my public users table. In general, it'd be useful to be able to keep the auth public users table in sync. That's right. With these fields, at least. That's right. I'm really liking this GitHub discussions feature. Okay. Okay, cool. Create or replace function, sign up copy to users table, returns trigger as variable, begin insert into public.users. Yep, so that's a public users table. Okay. So, over to Supabase. Yeah, in my last stream I was like debating this, should it be a new table or not? And I ended up not making a new table, but now we're gonna do it. So this is users public. And it just has ID, which is a big int, and users auth has ID, which is a UUID. Okay? So we are going to edit this. Let's just delete it and redo it. So I want ID to be a UUID so that I can keep them in sync. So new table is users. And this will be application user data. Include primary key, add existing content to new table. No. That means like loading from a CSV file or something. So it's going to be ID is a UUID, automatically generate UUID. Yeah. Save. Rad. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so what do I want users to have? I want users to have, and I can do this all here, but the guy was writing schema. So like where was he writing this? Because I would like to have this stored as text in my repository. Supabase migration file. Cedars. Yeah. Currently, how should I handle migrations with Supabase? We plan to build Git integrations, which will handle migrations and two-way syncing between Git and Postgres. In the meantime, if you go to the settings page, you'll find Postgres. Okay. So settings page, let's see. Oh, like just doing my Postgres connection, you saying? DB details, which you can use to run any existing Postgres migration tools. Okay, yeah. So basically the UI is going to be a workflow convenience and not my like source of truth or like main anything. I'm going to still want to prefer, I think, Prisma, right? What do you think about that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I still want to prefer Prisma. Because it's like a full thing. This is a great browser. But I don't want to be handling all that through a browser. So do I even want the Supabase client or do I want the Prisma client? I don't know. We'll think through that later. But at least for the load and migration piece, Supabase can't currently handle it, so we use Prisma. So let me go get Prisma. Okay. Open a bash shell. So I'm on Windows, so stuff's a little lagged. That's okay. All right, so we're in FutureCaster, and let me make sure there's not. So this is based on a NextJS Commerce app. Let me go to the package.json, make sure there's not already an ORM layer installed. And there's not. So GraphQL. Oh, they have GraphQL code in CLI. I don't think I have a GraphQL server, do I? Okay, let me double check that. Next.js Commerce GraphQL. Maybe it has GraphQL built in. Okay, there's the big Commerce GraphQL. Yeah, I know that. Okay, so these pre-installed tools, these pre-installed CodeGen, the CLI, Schema AST, so this is intended to work with the big Commerce GraphQL backend, which is fine, but I'm not doing that right now. And we already previously discussed in a prior Moonlog that big Commerce is going to be an auxiliary data store for me. It's not going to be the source of truth. It really can't be. If you have like a small project, if like all you're doing is a store, okay, cool. But I want a much richer application than that. I want to have like these fortune-telling things and like track points. Have like a rich profile view that's not just big Commerce permitted customer metadata, but it's like whatever I want goes there. Theming options, random user data. Okay, so I need my own data store, and I need my own migrator, ORM layer. So Supabase has some ORM-ish type of things, but it's not a whole ORM layer. That's kind of what I'm noting, and that's not shade. Like maybe it's just not intended that way. Because see, these are the kind of things that I want to write. Okay. It's just Prisma, right? Oh, I do want TypeScript. Is there a different? I install a different package. I think it's the same package. Download SQLite Starter project. I don't want to download the SQLite Starter project. I'd like to look at your starter project's package JSON. Can I do that over here? You're just going to give me the whole tar. Okay. Okay. It's kind of awkward, right? Like, if you could just show me your GitHub, that'd be easier. What the heck? Quick start master. Okay, we're gonna go just browse GitHub instead of this weirdness. Okay, cool. And I want Postgres. So here's Prisma client JS. I'm going to look for a Prisma Postgres example. Yeah. TypeScript Postgres. Cool. Create a project directory. So this is what I want to actually install. npm install Prisma, TypeScript, tsnode, all that stuff. Get that installing. Create a ts config. I think I already have one. Let me make sure. Ensure that my ts config is compatible. So source map. This would be cool if VS Code would let me pop out just the one window. You know. I don't see anything about source map. Yeah, so maybe I should source map true it. Outer is dist. I don't see that either. Strict is true. That's good. Lib is, I'm happy with my lib. And it includes ESNext, but it's not just ESNext. Module and interop is true. ES module interop is true. Okay, great. So there's no conflicts, just a couple extra properties. I think that would be fine. We'll see. If everything breaks, then it's not fine. And I would really like to sort these keys, but I'm not going to do that right now. Okay. Set up your Prisma project. I forget exactly what that creates because I don't want to have a whole new package JSON, etc. Okay. I'm going to just go for it. Let me stage what I got so far. Let me even commit what I got so far. Yeah. Okay. This would be this is a chore really. It doesn't change. We haven't changed any features yet. So the difference between feat and chore, usually chore is considered to be, it doesn't affect the runtime. Like there's nothing a user would know. And in particular, dependency management changes are considered to be chores, as well as like cutting release, changing branches, merging and stuff like that. Although you don't really give a chore prefix to a merge because Git provides the merge subject line and Git body, message body. Okay. We're going to npx Prisma init. Your Prisma schema was created in Prisma/schema. So we made a Prisma folder. I'm happy with that. It seems to be extremely unobtrusive, which I'm loving. It didn't try to like do the most. Okay, set database URL in the env file. So I already have an env file, so is it going to let me use the existing one? It didn't create a new one, so it kind of feels like it's going to let me use my existing one. Set the provider of the data source block. Supabase is giving us a Postgres. Although potentially in dev, like local, I could use SQLite. Give me 2 seconds to think about that. So basically, the only implication is that if I use the Supabase Postgres from local, I'm going to do that, and I'll tell you the reason here in a second. So I will be affecting my dev environment data. But like, I'm not on a shared team with other devs, so I don't really care about that. And if someone else wants to like mess with the data, I'm fine with that. And if there's like a few people, we can just talk. On a big team, I would need to think twice about that. And here's the reason that so that I'm not afraid of the cost, and then there is a benefit, and so net out it wins. And so what's the benefit? The benefit is that SQLite and Postgres are different. And so thank you, Prisma, for abstracting a lot of that away. But at the end of the day, there are differences, and you can run into bugs on your local that are non-reproducible and are remote, and I hate that. And so we can minimize that by using the same data language. And we can eliminate that even more by using the actual same database. So that's what I'm going to go for. I'm going to go Postgres SQL from local in this case. Not always the best idea. SQLite's great in a lot of cases, but not today. Oh, and they assumed it. I love that they assumed Postgres because it is the one true way. And then it is grabbing my environment database URL. This is a domain-specific language DSL command in, but I believe it's just going to read out of process, like the node process, whatever it is, process.env, node process environment variable. And the reason that this is good for me is because I already have an environment folder that is being read into the node process. Process.env, that is all it is. Okay, great. So I think the DSL env parens command is going to read out of process.env. So I think it'd be equivalent to I think it'd be equivalent to this in plain node. And that's good because that means all I got to do is grab this guy and put it in my existing env and env.local. So Prisma made this env, but I have this env.local. Environment variables declared in this file are automatically made available to Prisma. I'm going to, so this is an integration point, right? This could be a situation where there's a possible conflict or possibly no conflict. So I'm going to assume there's no conflict, and this is the test-driven way, actually. Break it and then fix it, okay? So I'm going to do what I think would break it, which is by avoiding the instructions. So this is going to be not.env. So Prisma would try to read automatically out of the env file that we just saw. Actually, VS Code just suggested to me that there are Prisma file tools, so let me get, yeah, this would be great. This is the insider build. I don't want that. Prisma Cloud. Palo Alto Networks, what? Infrastructure as code scan. I think that's a totally different thing. Prisma raw query SQL. Prisma NextJS automatically add types to NextJS page functions, e.g. So that would be cool, except you have like 0 stars, your V008. Like, great idea though. Prisma CMS. Okay, so I think this is the one I want. I think that's the only one I want. Let's stop up this monster, bruh. Say it with me. Thank you. Thank you for sheeshing with me. Ugh. It's kind of warm. All right, so we got the Prisma installed. And we called it not.env so that the file that Prisma expects will not be there. So what I'm hoping is that it will say, oh, I didn't have an in file, let me just read out a process, or maybe it will look for inf.local. So we're going to try this. If this doesn't work, then I will respect the env file convention, and I will just have to alter the Supabase things that I'm using. I'm not using this other stuff, but one day I might have to like, oh no, change a file from env to env.local. And what I really want to avoid, but I might have to do, is set up logic, which is like, in this environment, you're called this. In this environment, you're called this. Or have a meta property, a property environment variable that tells you where the property environment variables are. So like env file name, like process.env underscore file name would be a meta property. So it's an environment variable that tells you where your environment variables are. I would like to avoid that situation if possible. It's not like a super problem if I have to do it though. And I'm noticing that these are not alphabetized. Sorry, I know. Borderline autism. Just let it go, okay? B, C, D, next, okay. T, U, V, W. Okay, so database URL. This is where Supabase is going to help me. And we got to get cooking on this because I want to say my name on the page. Database. Here's the host. Database name is Postgres. So Prisma should have given me a boilerplate, yeah. We can close this. And then here's the boilerplate. I am using the public schema in Supabase. My database name is not my DB. I think it's just called public, right? Is it not? No, that's not right. It's not going to be. So public is the schema name. In Postgres, schema and database name are not the same. In other databases, that might be the same. In some databases, that is the same, but not in Postgres. Okay, so the database name is Postgres as well, and the user is Postgres. And you can totally hack me now. I'm going to take it off screen. Yeah, crap. I can't take. You're going to end up being able to see the password, and you're going to be able to hack me, and it's not a big deal. I'll change it later. Okay. So Postgres SQL is my dialect. The database name is Postgres. The username is Postgres. What's the port number? 5432 is the correct port number. And it's not localhost. This is the host. Okay, so localhost would be true if I had my Postgres locally, but I'm avoiding that. And this way I don't have to like install a database, which is really nice to not have to install the database. And then here's the part where I show you my password because I'm bad. Crap, I'm supposed to remember this. Oh, it actually gave me the whole connection string. That's cool. I'm not sure. I'm like legit not sure that I remember my password for that. Can I reset it? might be in my Chrome. I will take that off screen if I look into my Chrome passwords. Yeah, okay. So, let me check something. This is off screen, right? Okay, cool. Okay, so this might be it. Let me see. We're just gonna have to test it and find out, huh? Test it and find out. When you created this project. I'm gonna check my Chrome, I don't think Chrome doesn't remember. Prisma client connects and disconnects from your data source using the following two methods. I'm going to test the CLI though. npm install Prisma save dev. Yes, I already did this. I guess the test is, can I get the Prisma browser to turn up? Prisma, I think it's called Prisma Studio. So one of the reasons Prisma is really cool, it is a next generation ORM because it has this like browser integrated. Do I install it separately or can I just npx it? Get the Windows app. No, I shouldn't have to download it. You're going to download? No, I'm supposed to get this through Node. Prisma Studio CLI. Yeah. Okay, so npx Prisma Studio. Do I have Prisma installed locally? Prisma. I actually don't want to install it locally. I want to npx it. Okay, so I'm not sure this is the right password, so I'm going to take this off screen, and if it turns out to be, the problem is I'm not sure if it's my Supabase account password or the like database password. So if it works, I'll show it to you, and if it doesn't work, I'm not going to show it to you because that probably means that it's my account password. Okay. Okay, and I'm actually going to take my whole, all I'm doing is npx Prisma Studio, but I'm going to take my whole console off screen because I don't know if it's going to try and log my connection string. So just hit enter. Fatal error. So here's the thing, notice that localhost 5555 started. I never installed the Prisma Studio executable, and I don't want to. So you can npx Prisma Studio, and it has Prisma Studio already there, launchable as a, what is it when you have like a node project that's also a web thick client? Electron. It's an Electron app that comes through NPM. So if you're like a data analyst and you don't know how to do the codes, you can install it as a standalone, but I don't want to install it as a standalone. I want to have it as a command line studio. And that's one of the reasons Prisma is like, as far as I'm aware, unique to almost any other ORM, and certainly within the Node ecosystem. cannot find module Prisma client. Okay. Just make sure this guy's installed. Good news is it did not log my connection string. So here you go. So this is what showed up. And I think I just need to install the client. So we previously did an init, right? npx prisma init. Cool. When I did the install, I don't see myself installing the client. So I'm going to npmi. I'm actually going to kill this too. npmi. And I don't want to save dev. I just want to save. Because I think I need the client at runtime too, or at least potentially. It's yet to be seen if I'm going to use the Prisma client or the Sumo-based client at runtime. And I might sadly have to use both, which I would like to avoid, but that'll be an interesting question for later. Where did I just see it? I just only saw it in my error log, didn't I? Okay, sorry. I think it's at Prisma client, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to double check that package name if I need to. Please run Prism generate to see the errors. Right. Generate failed because I don't have a schema set up. I think that's why generate failed. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be a connection issue. Cannot read for each of undefined. GraphQL generator. I need it specifically to do with Prisma. I don't just want every for each error. Look, I said plus Prisma, and none of them are showing Prisma. Okay. I might just need to set up some data types. It might just be like, hey, you don't have any data types, dude. Prisma client.js. I'll bring this on screen if you see something, whatever. Okay. So I'm just looking at my schema.prisma file and saying, like, I'm assuming this is a step in the error chain. And so I'm like, what could go wrong here? And I'm noticing that Prisma client.js, I don't think I ever installed it. So I'm thinking that's a potential error source. I also noticed that I previously used Prisma in this other thing. And so referring to that, this piece looks good. There's a model. Oh, actually, it could be cool to take. It could be cool to use a bunch of this, actually. A user account. I don't think I care about a user account, but I do care about a user session. But I don't know if I want a user session in my database. But I do want a user. I guess I'll just use users for now. There should be a UUID. So UUID is done as parens. And really, I want the UUID to be a foreign key to the auth. ABCDEF, so this will be FK auth ID. Some craziness going on in the other room. I don't know if y'all hear that. So what's the data type for that? Is it a string? Yeah, I think it's a string. Let's just add ID. The email and the email verification are not going to be on this object because that's on the auth table. Their name, I want them to have first name, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. I want them to have first name. I want them to have, we'll comment image because there will be an avatar thing later. I want them to have last name. And I want them to have username. QRS. Username. I don't know, is username gotta be a single, right? It's not, yeah, it's a single word. There's not a space there. Okay. So first name and last name are going to have a question mark. Username, should it have a question mark? I don't know. I want the trigger to make it. I guess technically that's optional, but like it shouldn't be. No, I want the whole public user row created by trigger. So username will not be optional. I'm going to say to do, maybe make optional, because what I wanted to do with like the semantic naming, like pretty llama, etc. I don't think I can do that with a trigger. I guess if I had like another table which was like name pieces, I could do an adjective, a noun, and then dash ID, and I would always be good. Because the ID itself is already unique. So maybe I do that. And then it wouldn't have to be optional. Okay. We're still trying to connect. So previously it complained that generate failed, and the idea here is that maybe because generate failed, it doesn't want to studio. Oh, format. Sure. I think I'm already formatted, but let me screw up this format just for kicks. And then look at that, formatted. I like that. Thank you, Prisma. Cool. studio. I didn't generate. Whoops. Oh, it still worked. Okay, so you know, you shoot in the dark, and sometimes you win. So it looks like you have to have at least one model to get Studio to run. Okay. If I click here, I have all of my environment variable not found. Yeah. So there's two things I can try here. One, I think I can specify a different environment file name, and then two, if not, I'll switch over to the .env approach. This does look like a connection issue. I don't know, environment variable not found. It's probably airing out before you even try to connect. So this is not my Supabase schema, right? I don't have FK auth ID in Supabase. This is my local schema, which is not yet checked in. Okay, cool. So we're making progress. And it looks like it under the hood kind of automatically tried to generate, so I didn't need to do that. And it has to have like a SQLite going on. It has to have an in-memory or something like SQLite going on, because it's not connected to any database, so how would format that table? Okay, so what I'm going to do is kill this and see if I can npx studio with a specified file name. Prisma studio m file. And then we'll do file name. Redwood.js, shout out to my people. Shout out to my people using Redwood. All right, so I opened a bunch of tabs. Let's scan through them and see if there's anything. File, the Prisma schema file, yep. Specifically, I want env. You can use environment variables. Good. Environment variables loaded from Prisma/env. That's interesting because my env file is not under my Prisma folder. So I guess there's a potential solution. Is that called a keyhole solution? Keyhole solution. Yeah, there's a potential keyhole solution here. What's a keyhole solution? It's like, given a complicated solution, it fixes the, given a complicated problem, it fixes the one complicated problem. Instead of like trying to come up with a generic fix, you just fix the one specific problem. That's a keyhole. That's a keyhole solution. So we have a keyhole solution, which is that I could have two in files, and that would fix this. That would fix the specific Prisma issue. If Prisma is willing to look here, and none of my other code looks there, then Prisma's still happy, and I don't have to alter my environment file for all the other stuff. So it's a little bit weird. Keyhole solutions are not always pretty. You could sometimes consider them equivalent to a hack, but in other cases they're fine. It's an option, man. It's not my first option, but it's an option. You can use environment variables to provide configuration options when the CLI command is invoked. Environment variables allow you to keep secrets out of the schema file. Right. So I could just do this in line. You can expand variables using the format specified in .m.expand. I wonder if this is my package log because it's under the dependency. Yes. No, that's for go true. Okay, funky. For DevTools, it's a good practice to define environment variables. La 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 la. Okay, this is what I need. I don't need any of the others. Close all these. Great. It looks in the following locations. In the root folder, right? And I specifically, and it created that by default, and then I specifically nuked it. from the same folder as the schema specified by the schema argument. It's smart that they do that, but I knew that. From the same folder as the schema taken from this. Smart that they did that, but I didn't do that. From the Prisma folder. So now it makes sense why there was an imp file in a Prisma folder. It kind of seems like the keyhole is intended. Is there a way that Prisma would potentially pollute the rest of the environment variables? I don't really think so, but it seems like it's trying to do that to mitigate that possibility. Like, you have some Prisma environment variables, and then you have like all your other environment variables. I don't know why you couldn't just have one file. Seems like one file would be better, but maybe it's not. Using environment variables in your code. See, .m.config, I can put whatever path I want there. And also with the .m, you can do this in command line. Okay, so maybe I need the .m CLI. Yeah, okay. So if I want to use an arbitrary path, I need the .m CLI, which I'm fine, happy doing that. Totally understand. So let me take it again off screen. I'll show you the command I'm going to run, but then I'm going to take it off screen because I don't know if .env will dump. So I'm going to say npx.env.local --npx prisma introspect. Cool. File already exists. This is some funky stuff right here. Could be a Windows compatibility issue. I'm on Windows, I know. It's a gaming computer. Okay. Let me look at the .mcli page real quick. Nutrient packed morsels. Love it. Yeah, let me just use the P flag then. So here we go, and I'll go for an innocuous property that we all know, so no problem showing it. So, not found .env. I know it's not found, that's why I npx'd it. Maybe it's not npxable. Because they want me to globally install, but I hate doing that. Really, really hate doing that. Alright. It is the one true way. Let's do it. I'm going to try to not globally install it. If this breaks, I'll globally install it, but I'm going to do that as a last resort. And I should have saved dev.that. because if it works, I'll save it. Okay. Cool. So I don't have to locally install it. I can locally install it in npexit, which I vastly prefer. I like to install all my packages local to the project folder. Okay. So crack open my package JSON and make sure that I saved it. So here's .env. Right, it's not there. Might not let me do it. It's like it's already installed, but I just want to get into the package JSON. Just like install it again. Okay, whatever works. And now I don't have done. Why? Oh, because I'm in laterally too somehow. .mcli is in a dev dependency. Perfect. Oh, we got Husky hooks. Love me some Husky hooks. Okay. And another thing I can add to that Husky hook is the Prisma format. So this is anything that I don't think I can say anything that ends about Prisma. I think I'm going to say the one file. It's just the one file. Prisma. Prisma, schema.prisma. So when that guy is staged, then we will do npx Prisma format. And then when we're done with that, we'll do git add. Make my own little Husky hook. Okay, and I'm going to test it out real quick. So let's wreck this format again. Watch this, I'm going to hit tab. Oh, that was weird. I'm pretty sure my tab is still converting to spaces, but it could be extra ugly mode if it's tabbed. So schema Prisma, boop. So it didn't run my Husky hook. And local. Here's my package JSON. So I have to run when staged. Okay, so it's not actually listening. Where's lint staged? Lint staged. Pre-commit. Yeah, it's a pre-commit hook, right? Oh, it's a pre-commit hook. It's not a stage hook, which is, I guess, good. Because like, if it was every time we commit, that'd be super annoying. So let me try and commit it. This will be feet. Bad. Okay. This is like init Prisma schema with bad format to test Husky. To test Husky. Okay. Run that hook, baby. There's Husky. Some of your tasks use git add. Please remove it from the config. And so I should have formatted my. Yeah, it did. Epic. And then the command line asks us to get rid of the git add. So I'll save that, get rid of all the git adds. I'm going to go mess up the schema again. So my future caster schema. This time, will it schema? So, and here we'll do package lock, package JSON, schema, Prisma. And I want to add a script that will test A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T. There's no tests. There's no tests in here. Like, ugh. So I even have just. I don't even have just installed in here. Guys, NextJS team, thank you for making this commerce starter, but please add some tests. Because now I need to write all the tests, which is lame. And this, I just specifically want to test .env. And so what is that command that I ran? Okay. And I don't think I actually need to npx it there, but I'm going to because if I copied it out as a reference code tool, basically. Because if I copied it out, I would need the npx, so I'm just going to leave it there. And so now I can npm run test.env. I think that's correct. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And so now I'm like, hey, John, we're using .env. So this will be feature test.env. Actually, I guess it's technically a test. Test.env script. Usually, like with the test prefix, I'm actually writing test, but it's kind of like, I don't know. Could be a feature. And then also, and format Husky. Bam. Let's see if it's still formatted. It's ugly, it's ugly. Whoa, what are you doing, Husky? And it gets fixed right before our eyes. Cool. So, we fixed the Husky hook formatting, and then we also verified that I don't have to use the git command line. I can still use the VS Code shortcut, and Husky is still running. Okay. All of this so that I can Prisma Studio. Let it go up a few times. I forget exactly which Prisma command. Okay, I wanted to Prisma introspect. I might just be able to like do one. So in this, I think it didn't work. I might just be able to do one of these. Introspection failed as your current Prisma schema file is invalid. Yikes. Invalid port number in database URL. I'm just going to echo this. Okay, so it's getting an empty string. Here, I'll show you what I did. Just nothing separating them. So I tried with double ampersand Didn't work. Try with single ampersand. Said Prisma schema file is invalid. I tried with nothing separating them, and I get the empty database URL. Okay. Just kind of guessing and checking. So now I want to okay, so and I did this off screen, but if I dash p it, I do get the connection string I'm expecting. So it's somehow failing to and let me see if I can echo it now. Okay, so that is the dealio. If you run the .env command line, it is still encapsulated. The scope is encapsulated to the single command, so it does not really read it to your like bash or zish or your command line tool. It's not actually reading in environment variables persistently as if I had said like x equals foo. So now that's like, and I can echo x, right? So the .env command line is not loading it in that persistent fashion, which is actually more secure. So good for them. But now I have to lean on their ability to pass from one command to the next, and it doesn't seem to be working. That's the issue. One of these, I was fine with y'all saying, I think, yeah, single base URL. Okay, so this, this is the way that I pass it allegedly. Right? This works. So this works, and now let's pass it to the subsequent echo. And that didn't work. Okay. So I can't, so it did run the command. It's just passing it in some non-obvious way. Maybe it's like, could be more security measures, maybe. It could be like obfuscating the variable name. Why is this not working? I think I piped it previously to introspect. I'm just gonna for kicks try and pipe it to Studio. I don't really have high hopes, but guess and check. Script errors. Database string is invalid. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that's because it got the empty string. Oh, see here, command with arguments. Here, they didn't do the dash dash. Let's see if that makes a difference. Okay, so I echo. That failed. Now let's drop the dash dash. And it still fails. Okay. I think this is platform specific. I think that this would work on Mac, if I'm not mistaken. Flags to the underlying command. This might just not be working because I'm on Windows, honestly. Okay. If your M file looks like, you might expect .env echo to display hello. In fact, this is not what happens. Your shell will first interpret your command before passing it to. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Okay. So let's try this. Right. So we npx.env. I wonder if .env will read my env local. I think I need to specify it. Well, let's just see. Next, public superbase URL. Okay, and that's not really super surprising, so let's -e it. Okay, that is a little surprising. So, yeah, I think it's because I'm on Windows. All right, so let's just think that this approach just won't work for me. Let me try one more thing. What if I don't have .env? What if I just say hey equals food, and then I go over here and I say echo hey / commit not found. What if I just do this? Okay, so that works. I think this also works. Yeah. This is getting kind of hacky. So I think we want to back out of this approach. Okay, so I think we want to move the env file into the Prisma folder, or rename it env instead of env.local. So I'm fine with that. I'll do the name it env. Take it off screen. There's definitely plenty of projects where you have like env.local, env.test, whatever, and then you use your Jenkins or your build pipeline to swap them out. I just like to avoid that if possible, but it's definitely a lot more common than taking .env command line and then manually implementing Windows compatibility layer. No thank you to that. Okay. Making sure that I named it .env and it has database URL. So this is all true. And then I don't need their boilerplate in this case. So I deleted that. And let's test this. And then I think I might update my environment variable template if this works. Okay, so closing all of the Thieves tabs. Doesn't closing tabs feel great? It just feels great. Keep one Prisma doc page open. What is this guy? Working with environment variables in Node. Don't need that. Okay. Take this off. And now we're not using .env. Let me show you the command I'll run before I take it off. Oh, I'm just going to npx Prisma Studio. Much simpler. I don't think it dumps the connection string. Okay. Still an error. Provided database string is invalid. Let's dismiss this. And now Prisma introspect, and I do think Prisma introspect will dump the connection string, so move that over here. invalid port number. Let me check my port number. Maybe I legit wrote it wrong. No, 5432. Maybe because I have crazy characters in my password, that's what's freaking it out, possibly. That could totally be it. Okay. Characters to avoid DB connection string. If a semicolon is part, yeah, I have a semicolon there, so that could be the issue. I wish I could just reset it. Can Supabase connect? Supabase. Update DB password. Supabase, this would be a really easy solution if you let me do this. Let's go. Manage the passwords of your database using any super user. The trick there is that I need to connect to run this query. Maybe I can just do this in the Supabase browser though. SQL. Wonderful, wonderful. New query. Now we're talking. So this is like kind of like a dbeaver that I don't have to install, which I love. So alter user Postgres with password. This is pass. I don't care if everyone sees. It would be so much better if this just works. Success. Dude, titties. Titties. Good job. Good job, Supabase. Alright. I'm overriding my crazy hella secure password that includes like semicolons and all kinds of stuff. And you can see it, and we can be friends again, and I can show you what I've been working on. Okay, this is way better. Hey, feel free to drop a question at any time. You're not going to distract me or anything like that. I distract myself enough, trust me. Okay, so now I can introspect in the open. So I'm just going to npx prisma introspect. Okay, these models were enriched with map information taken from the previous Prisma schema. Okay, so that could mean a few different things. Whoa. Bleh. Yeah. Okay. DB generated, UUID generated for. Because that's the only thing in my runtime. So what this means is it successfully connected, and then it took, and that's what introspect is designed to do. I should take a step back and say that. So what npx prisma introspect is designed to do, it's pretty crazy. So hold your horses. It will read your existing database and take your schema that's in the database and write it into your file. So it's introspection. It's like the database looking into itself and telling you. Instead of you telling your database what to do, it's telling you what it did. So this was a successful database connection to Supabase, and it introspected, and it got this. And look at this complicated definition, right? I was trying to hack it over here. So that's pretty rad. On the other hand, I don't want this model. That was just a quick thing we did in Supabase. I actually like the left-hand model. But it looks like I don't need this name colon. I'm going to keep it though. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Because the idea is that it's mapping the whole model into a table. That's what this is saying. And then it's like, does this make it clear? Because it says name. And it's like, no, it's really just as clear. Okay. So let me grab the right-hand model, come over here. And see, the thing is, I don't want the ID to be a UUID. I want the public user ID to be auto-incremented so that I can stick it on the, we talked about this, right? So that I can stick it on the generated username and guarantee uniqueness. And then I'll have the FK auth ID, which is their UUID over there. So maybe this is a better definition of the FK auth ID. But I don't want to default generate it. Extensions UUID. So if I get rid of all of this, I'm really pretty much left with exactly what I had said. Okay, cool. So then it's fine like that. And I am going to call like avatar profile image. Let's go ahead and call profile image. So we will make this guy. And we're using the camel case. Save it. Okay. And it is optional. No, I'm going to comment that. It's not going to be optional. Generate default profile image. My code kind of does that today. You see this like little globy thing? It kind of like generates you. And then it's different over here. Kind of like if you don't have one, it'll generate one for you. Which I really like. So I want to figure out a way to like save that. Oh, I could just save that. Like whenever you sign up, it's already going to have this, and I could just like post that into the database. Save default profile. Yeah, save default profile image. Okay. So now let's npx Prisma Studio. And I'm expecting it to connect this time. First name does not exist. Okay, so I understand the error. The error this time is that my local schema and then my Supabase schema is different. So that's fine. Let me go delete the table in Supabase. We're going to delete. Kill Prisma. Restart. Supabase agrees there's no table. Prisma says does not exist. Okay, I want to create it though. Is it Prisma migrate? Oh, it might be Prisma generate. Because I don't have any migration files. npx Prisma generate. Okay, let me go look in Supabase. That didn't work. Import Prisma client. See why this code didn't work. No. It's the easy thing for the Prisma docs to fix. I just need to know what it is. Create data page. Okay, it is Prisma migrate. I just don't want it to run any migration files, but I guess the main schema it runs with Prisma migrate. But they already have a profile thing, bio. Yeah, maybe I should go bio, huh? Yeah, people should totally go bio. I don't know why I would migrate dev. I think dev is just the environment to target. Great, now you've created 3 tables in your database with Prisma Migrate. NPX Prisma Migrate. There's like some weird colorization issue going on. Update the database schema with migrations. Create a migration from changes in Prisma schema. Apply it to the database trigger generators. Okay. Okay, so dev is going to create a migration, and then deploy is going to apply them. Okay, so let's do migrate dev. And I kind of want to change like my colors here, settings. Whoa. Is there any color where I can see the text back here? I kind of like just the terminal colors. Ew, no. Cobalt 2 actually pops more, in my opinion. Alright, Cobalt it is. It doesn't help me reading this stuff, but whatever. Enter a name for the new migration. Like, I can't see what I'm even typing. Yo, I'm so mad about this. I'm gonna kill it, Control C. Something's wrong. Something's going wrong. So index Prisma migrate, and we want to dev to generate the schema. We'll call it init. Call it init db, init. Just call it init. Enter a name for the new migration. init, right? Oh, I didn't do dash dash name. Might be. Okay, so it actually obfuscated my typing. That's why I couldn't see it. Okay. I really don't understand why it did that. This doesn't seem to be a security concern there. Your database is now in sync with your schema, and I want to go further than dev, and I want to deploy it. So I think it's deploy. Apply pending migrations to the database. Yep. Migrate, deploy. I don't know, like, this is really rough that I can't see this stuff. Okay. Let me index migrate status. All right, I just wanted to, and then compare it to my terminal over here, but that terminal is busy, so I'll let it slide. And I like that they give you the plain SQL. It should be added to your version control system. Okay, so this will be feet. Oh, let me check that it actually updated Superbase, but I think so. Prisma migrations and users. I didn't even have to refresh the page, it's just here. I have first name. Okay, but it followed the JavaScript camel case. I thought it was going to kind of like turn it into snake case, like, and that's created that, so it did snake. Is that called snake case? I think so. Right? Like, that's pretty normal for SQL, I think. I wonder why it snake cased only some of them. Created that did. Oh, because it mapped the name. Okay. I'm going to fix that. Because I want to have the consistent convention. Map name is first name. Okay, auth ID. Okay. So I'm going to undo this migration. Basically pretend this never happened. Delete the table. Pretty sure I can just delete the migration row and it'll try to re-execute, but I'm going to delete both tables. Delete table, super sure. Thank you for checking, I'm super sure. Delete this table, super sure. Okay, some of your tables changed and we could not restore your last session. That's fine. So now I want to, oh, and that's why, okay, because I didn't Prisma migrate status. Yeah, so it's like not readable down there. npx Prisma migrate dev name init. Please delete the directory. Okay. They're like, we know you tried. We know it's supposed to be here. They know things, man. Very cool. So now we want to migrate, deploy. Cool. Now it's here. Now the users have good-looking names, right? ID created, update ID, username, first name. Love it. Let's commit this. So this will be feat user schema. It's taking a minute because it's running LSU. See, I fixed my formatting. Push all that. Okay, so now we have a user schema. Now I need to go make that trigger. But we have Prisma in place, which should make the trigger so much easier. Prisma Postgres trigger. I thought it said frictional units. Functional units, okay. Here's why you do not want to program your database. Look, I believe you. Functionality has a tendency to become invisible, yes. So, look, Prisma and Superbase, y'all can go argue. I just need them to be in sync. So should I try to keep them in sync using server logic instead? Let's see. You sign up. What happens when you sign up? You sign up. My database table is created. It returns straight to the client. I want it to hit a backend layer. So the issue there is that I am using the Superbase UI client. Let's see if it has a way, if the Superbase UI client has a way to trigger a function. I could put it on the front end, but I don't want to do that because I don't want to trust my front end that it's going to go over there, sign them up, come back, and trigger. No, I want that logic to be taken care of on the server side or in the database itself. So I guess I could do an on-subscribe. This would need to be listening on a server, though. In a serverless context, that's not going to work. You can't have a subscription listener in a serverless context. So sign up. Here's on/off state changed. This is going to be, again, a UI function. I guess the idea here is like all your logic belongs to the client, which I don't know if I'm really happy about that. I want my client to be fast and have like the minimal files and the minimal logic and the minimal data, and it just shows and does. And my server is the workhorse. Okay, so maybe I put this logic on the client. So if I put this logic on the client, the user signs up. How it works. So the user signs up, and I notice that the user is authenticated, but they don't have a public user row. And so that's when I decide to go fix it. I guess this is fine. It just feels like non-performant, right? We're going all the way. My client's hitting Supabase. Supabase is routing. My client is hitting my own server, or it's going straight to Supabase. My client has to hit my own server in Vercel Cloud, and that has to be the case because Vercel Cloud is aware of the secrets. My secrets better not be on the client, right? Like there should be nowhere on the client where my Supabase secrets are exposed. So I believe what happens is that my client hits Vercel Cloud hits Supabase. Supabase returns to Vercel Cloud, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. And so like all that network time, and like now I have to do it again to update the user account. And maybe this is like fine because we're in like prototyping world, but I don't like thinking for prototyping world. Like I want the real deal, baby. Give me the real deal. So do I want to continuously run server? No, I don't want to continuously run server. What I want is a serverless way that I don't come all the way back to the client. I want a serverless way that I don't come all the way back to the client, just to tell you to go back and do another thing. So I want it to be handled server side in a serverless way, which is to say Cloud Functions. Okay. I'm just thinking out loud here. I'm not trying to convince anybody. This is my thought process. Chime in if you want to. So I could handle this with a database trigger, but they're like, hey, bro, database triggers are bad. Oh, it says why you might not. They italicize the word not, but they maybe should have italicized the word might. I mean, they're right. It tends to become invisible. SQL is purpose-built for data sets. It's not super. You can't do like intensive logic. You're right. You're right. You're right. So let's say you've convinced me, Frizzly. You've convinced me not to write a trigger. The next step would be I do something in Supabase. No. The next step would be I do something in Vercel Cloud. Do something in Vercel Cloud, right? Because I go boop to Vercel Cloud. So currently I'm using Supabase sign up, like Supabase like automatic sign up. Okay. What about sign up with redirect? Sign up, redirect to. You can provide additional scopes to OAuth providers. Let me check out the Sometimes you want to control where the user is redirected to after they are logged in. Why don't you just go to their combo where they talk about a trigger? Sign up database trigger to insert into public users table. Trying to set up a trigger to automatically copy new tables from auth to users table. Okay. You can create a trigger, but it's not necessary. You can handle this from your application so that once they've signed up, you return a UUID and you insert data into public.users. Okay, that's the thing. I think they have a client-side handling in mind. Okay, when you mention trigger here, I guess you can avoid using Superbase auth sign up and instead write a custom request. Maybe I have a wrong understanding of how this is working. How are we getting information from Superbase? Is it even going to Vercel? How are we getting information from Superbase? Maybe, settings. Maybe this guy is injected into the client, huh? Used to decode your JWTs, you can also use this to make your own JWTs. I would prefer to use this with a wrapper. Yeah. I think all I really want is a wrapper around that so that I go to my handler first. I don't really want to do any before sign-up logic, but I could if I wanted to. So I go to my handler first. My handler goes to Supabase. I'll sign up. Then we just have some server back and forth. I'd really rather do like one request over to Supabase, but server to server back and forth is better than the full loop to the client, in my opinion. So let's say I have a Vercel Cloud function. So I'm on my UI, I invoke my Vercel Cloud function. My Vercel Cloud function signs up Supabase. Supabase says, hey, here's your ID. Then my Vercel Cloud function I guess that's the way to do it, yeah. My database says, hey, here's your ID. Then I say, thanks for the ID, here's a second query. Like, we could collapse those into one query, but that's something that can be done later. It's not like grossly out of bounds. I'm like going to the client. I feel like that would be grossly out of bounds. Okay. I am getting a clearer picture here. Cancel all of this. Give you a thumbs up. Give you a thumbs up. And what I want is my own cloud function. Okay, so I think I can do this in NextJS API. Cool. So pages. Let's do a NextJS sign up endpoint. Okay, for example, the following route returns, yeah. So I think the way NextJS works, you still put it under pages, which is maybe a little it's counterintuitive to me because it's not a page. Like I would have my API separated from my pages, but it's the one true way, dog. API pages API user.js pages new folder API. It's weird for me to think. Oh, yeah, pages API new folder. Was it user.js? User.js? I think it was user.js. Yeah, that's fine. So I could have some different functions here. It could be like log in, log out, get profile, get whatever. It's counterintuitive to me to think that from an information architecture perspective, your API goes under your pages. And I don't think there's a lot of people who would disagree with me, but I think the idea is that NextJS controls the pages folder. And so that's the intuition. It's almost like you're going to rename it and make it called Next. And then under Next you have API. That's probably what I would prefer, is that like this would be called Next, and Next would have API and then pages as two different things. But whatever. So BigCommerce comes out of the box with the NextJS Commerce Starter. Thanks, guys. And did I really call it user.js as a folder? Let me delete that. It should be a file. Cool. And actually, we want user.ts, don't we? Great. So now, I'm just going to take this. This should be easy speasy. Operation not permitted. Why? Export default checkout API. Let me see these things. Get API handler. framework BigCommerce, framework BigCommerce. Here's a GraphQL fetcher. Oh, so like framework is like services. And so pages is like routes. Note to self, pages is like routes, and framework is like services. So there's already a GraphQL fetcher. I'm not like super sure it works. I think this works with BigCommerce, but like I'm not aware of having a GraphQL API currently. Use hook. So this is front end actually. Yeah, the way some of this stuff is done isomorphically is really counterintuitive to me. Because is this on the server or on the client right now? Hooks, I'm thinking on the client. Use data. What does that mean? Use stale while refresh. Define response is loading, return response. So I believe that this is on the server, because responses come from servers, right? Okay. So going back to catalog products, export default catalog products API. Don't see products API, catalog products API. Okay, it's just the default export. Default create API handler. Create API handler from utils create API handler. Okay. So this is return function. This is a higher order function. I don't like it, guys. I don't like this. Okay, so return function. Is it auto executed or is it just the? Okay. Next API handler. Okay, so we eventually have a next API handler, so let's just retrace what we just did. Create API handlers coming up through products, pages, and eventually to here. So this type is big commercial config or undefined, but really it's the next API handler. Good. Now, what am I trying to do? I'm also trying to have a next API handler. Here in users. Here in users, I would like a next API handler. Let me get the full type. Good. So here's the types. Collapsing this API. So create API handler. So that is server side. So that was server side. Okay. So far we're basically confirming that the stuff under framework is server side, possibly isomorphic, but at least sometimes server side. Okay. And then mine, this is an endpoint here. I guess everything is kind of server side, isn't it? Because, yeah. It's kind of weird to think about. Okay. Next API handler, request, response. So request is a next API request, response is a next API response, and the handler is void. I guess so. Yeah. So the handler returns void. The handler has a type, but it includes returning void. Okay. I can still type it. We just know that the type returns void, but it's like a special kind of void returning type. A function whose declared type is neither void nor any must return a value. But we know that this type returns void. Why did they get away with it? Let's see. Because they didn't type it. So we know that this returns void. And now that we do this, it errors, right? Okay. Swell config. Now I'm super thrown. Okay. Yeah, this starter's not super accessible, is it? It's drawing on a bunch of like specialized knowledge. Like you need to be familiar with these particular APIs. It's not like general React. It's not like whatever. I guess that comes with the territory of having to set up a store. A function whose declared type is neither void nor any must return a value. So I guess we just don't declare it. It is a next API handler, but we just don't declare it, which feels really bad. Oh, you know what? This is typed wrong. This is saying that I return a next API handler, which is not what I'm doing. I want to say that the function is this the syntax? What's the syntax to say that it is? Okay, it's like this, right? T any extend swap handlers options 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I think that's it, huh? So it recognized that it's a next API handler, but it's not understanding based on that the request and response are of particular types. All right, whatever. I'm wasting too much time typing. I think the answer is I just don't type if it's an API handler, and you know you have request and response returning void. Typed good enough for me. Okay, so this is the handler. Currently returns John Doe. Let's do it. And then we'll iterate on that and return my actual name. Do you want to receive a desktop notification? No. Okay. Load a simple login with NextJS, right? We got Pages API. Yeah, and they put a Mongo client inside of, so this is server-to-server communication, so this is analogous to what we're doing. And it's fine to put your secrets here because this is server-side code. Super secret. All right, cool. Feeling better? We're getting there. So from the UI, I call this. So from the UI, I call this. How are we calling things in the UI? Do I have fetch? We're just using fetch or package JSON. Axios, nope, fetch. Vercel fetch, ooh. I think that is like a server-side fetcher. Let's see where it's actually used. So request init. This is used within the BigCommerce API. And within the framework, which we believe is backend. Also framework, Zeit fetch. Oh, wow, isn't that like a really old name? Because Vercel used to be called Zeit. Vercel fetch. So I think these are all cases of backend to backend requests. So it's like a server-side fetch, but on Vercel. So it's Vercel fetch. Here's HTTP from HTTP. Cool. And it's a wrapper around node fetch. So that is a server-side fetch. So let's use fetch all the way around, because if we got, and they may already be doing this, let's check it out. I'm trying to see who is fetching things today and how. Wishlist is an example. So if I go to my app, I have this wishlist thing. Let's make a network request to wishlist. My wishlist is empty. Yep. So let's see, where's the request to wishlist? Is it actually wishlist.js? I don't think so. This says use wishlist. I wager components wishlist button. Okay, so I believe this is making an HTTP request right here. And we can debug it just to confirm, but also, yeah, the idea that this exists on the server is tripping me out. It's like it's all server side. Okay, and so it's fine to have secrets over here as long as you don't write them to the page, I guess. So use wishlist is a server-side request. No. Fetch options. Fetch options are being consumed by who? Use hook, use data. Use customer. This is such a shit show. Okay. This is hard to read, and this is hard to reason about. Okay, so we're returning a used memo hook. Here's the response. The response comes from use data. So use data is a higher order hook. Why on earth you would have a higher order hook is beyond me. Just have a plain function. Okay. TypeScript doesn't even know where it's located. Use data. Okay, here we go. TypeScript doesn't even know how to get me here because it's so convoluted. It's not even imported. So I'm not actually convinced that this use data even is this use data. So here's use data, but it doesn't export. Okay, export default const use data. So everyone is using use data. Everyone is using use data, but does that mean that they're using this use data, or are they just calling different things use data? Like maybe they mean the data for this use hook. Here's use customer. No, use data is being invoked. Yeah, so this is like a higher order hook. Okay. Stale while reload hook. I think the whole SWR framework is like a higher order hook framework. So this could be the knowledge problem. Is like I'm not super familiar with this framework. Okay. So we have a fetcher. I think that's it. At the end of the day, this is the request getting made. Return fetch. Where's fetch coming from? Is this like a plain JS fetch? This appears to be, oh, you're going to pass in your fetch. And that's how we can make it isomorphic. So if I'm on the UI, I can pass in fetch. And if I'm on the back end, I can pass in node fetch. And it fetches either way. I think that's what's going on here. So this is an async fetcher. Customer ID, products, options, fetch. Use a dummy base URL as we only care about the relative path. That is so convoluted. At least glad they left a note, huh? Return fetch. This is an SWR hook, and this SWR hook has data, input, fetch input. It equals yeah, I'm really confused by the syntax too, because it says export const handler. And this is a big type statement. Alright, so here's the type statement. So we get rid of that, it's equal to, handler is equal to, handler is equal to this. I'm accustomed to there being like some sort of like this thing. Oh, okay, so is this the input object? See, I'm accustomed to like export const a equals args arrow, like that. And it just doesn't seem to take that form, and no one seems to be complaining. Like, yeah, that's fine. Because is it just an object? So this is just an object. So use wishlist is just an object. Oh, and they're reading out data like this. It is just an object. And they're reading out data. Data. Const data equals customer. Data. So this, like somewhere else, is injecting data property into this object. So this is like, this is like not normal, man. Okay. So somewhere else, maybe this is like part of the SWR hook architecture, is that you inject data. So hook fetcher, and nothing is passed in, right? It's just wish list. Nothing's passed in. Okay. Use wish list. Use wish list is somehow getting data. Use data. Hook is use hook of function. Oh, that makes sense. I think this is the problem with too many levels of abstraction. And not just the levels of abstraction alone, but the levels of abstraction with like key parts being like buried and hard to understand. Context is a hook context, which includes data and fetch input. Think we have data and fetch input? No, just okay, here's the input. So handler is just an object. Somehow this object is getting augmented. Export default use wishlist as use wishlist. Oh. Okay. Import use wishlist from use wishlist. So here, I've been hunting down handler. Meanwhile, the default is use wishlist. It's not even handler. So use wishlist exports use wishlist. And use wishlist is the result of using a generic SWR hook with specified input. But the input was originally undefined, but maybe it's like populated and leaves itself. Yeah, so input, so it's calling itself. Provider.wishlist, use wishlist. Okay. So it basically it calls itself, and if there's anything in it, it keeps passing it to itself. But it's kind of initially called with nothing. I think this provider wishlist, use wishlist thing is kind of the key. Provider. Okay. Framework, commerce index provider, commerce config. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. This is kind of like a store. So it's called provider, but it's kind of like a Redux store. Is this actual stuff, or are these just types? That's a type. Okay. Commerce provider. Use memo, provider ref, fetcher ref, locale, cart cookie. Okay. Here's the commerce provider. Use ref, provider and fetcher. Got all this stuff on React, that's good. Fetcher. Fetch cart input. Use cart. Use hook. Use commerce. Use commerce returns use commerce. So it's like it's looping itself. I still don't see where data gets injected. I don't think I care about this. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to follow whatever pattern they're using. Usually I'm a big fan of like maintaining existing patterns, but this pattern is like confused. Okay, here's someone finally getting JSON. Fetcher.ts. Under framework. So this is either a server-side fetcher or an isomorphic fetcher. Okay. Okay. So if the result is good, return the data, and if it's not, throw an error. That makes sense. So res.json. This is a normal response. Fetch API interface response, standard response. Okay, good. So this fetcher seems really good, but is this the one that I should be using on the client? I don't think so. I don't think so. Use login data is fetch. That fetch is injected into the use hook. So it's kind of like the fetcher is assumed to be fetch. Is that what's going on there in that use case? So here this is fetch, and is this like the actual fetch that we know and love? Of course not. It's fetch, it's Vercel fetch. Okay. Fetch store API. Okay, this makes sense. We're on the server side. Where are some HTTP requests being made on the client? It's using these convoluted hooks. Get categories. Here, let me watch this. It almost seems like the UI is not even making requests. Okay, so it requested a JSON file. It's requesting data from a JSON file. So these are all different pages. Okay, so we definitely got a bunch of stuff. These are images, customers, data, null. That was a promising JSON response, wasn't it? But it's data null. Customers null. Products. Here's some JSON data. Here's something I can roll with. I think looking at the UI and working backwards into the code seems more promising than reading that code. So API big commerce catalog products. API big commerce API big catalog. Yeah, cool. Okay. So it's exporting catalog products API. So this is NextJS function. Just take me over there. Don't open that thing. Okay, so the NextJS function export default handler, create API handler, products API. And here we have get products. Finally, instead of a fetcher, it's a getter. URL, data, await config, store API fetch. Okay, so this looks normal. None of that fetcher craziness. Okay. Store API fetch. It's just fetch, but it's like a different kind for some reason. Store API fetch. Store API fetch is fetch store API. Oh, well that clears it up. Return JSON. Get raw headers. Okay. And this is ultimately just a fetch. Great. Well, it is ultimately the Vercel fetch, the Zeit fetch. Okay. But that's just a server-side fetch. Okay, great. So that was much less cumbersome than the other way we were doing things. Okay, so server-side fetch. So my client requests my NextJS handler, and then my NextJS handler makes a Vercel fetch. Great. So let's try to follow the pattern. That's a pattern I can follow. I can follow this product's pattern. I don't want to follow the SWR, stale while refresh. Don't want to follow that pattern. Like maybe in the future it'll be useful because performance is awesome or something like that. Hey, so they also, I guess they typed it over here, but like that needs to be typed. Catalog products API. Catalog. Oh, it's going to be the export default. Export default. Just name it, man. And they don't type the result. Oh, next API handler. Yeah, next API handler. Okay, they type it down there. All right, cool. So that's where it gets to become a next API handler. So they're creating an API handler. Do I want to do the same? What options are they passing? Create API handler. Create API handler from products API. And then also handlers. What is in handlers? Handlers is get products. What is in get products? Get products is get products is the ability to fetch products. So basically, what are they just collecting them? This products handler an unexpected error occurred. A complete implementation should have schema validation for rec.body. It's not a big deal. Return, okay, so try to get products. This is just a try-catch wrapper. This is just a try-catch wrapper. Okay. Maybe it's like a reusable try-catch wrapper. Maybe that's the. Where else are you gonna use it? Export. Yeah, I'm not super sure why they couldn't try catch within get products itself. Let's get some gum going on. I'm not super sure why they couldn't try catch within get products itself. This is just a try catch wrapper. All right, cool. So I don't need to create API handler. And then they pass in options, but options is empty. So it's like they're composing. There's like this is, again, the problem with additional layers of abstraction that are like convoluted and unnecessary. It's like they're composing an API, which is nothing, which is no value add. They have the get products, and then they wrap it in a composition layer that gives it options, but the options are empty, and it gives it a try-catch layer, but the try-catch layer is never used anywhere else, and it could have been implemented. In fact, it should have been implemented in get products itself. Let's double check. Get products should have its own try-catch internally. It really doesn't. Get data right here. If it was me, I would immediately validate that data. Yeah, instead they're just like, oh, data is definitely an array, right? No. No, it's not definitely array. You can totally have an error right here. So if the data is invalid, it's going to error, and then they just catch it out here. Yeah, it's fine. So it's, I guess the difference would be their error handler does not distinguish between data, like invalid data, and like a broken input and a broken request. It just catches all of it. Yeah, I would try catch this normally, but whatever, that's fine. Okay. So in my implementation, I'm not going to do this composition thing. I'm just going to have a try catch on my resulting data. Framework API catalog products. So what piece are we going to respect? We're going to respect going over to the framework for our fetcher. We're going to right? The fetch are on the framework side. Okay, so framework here, we'll have a new folder, and this is like my FutureCaster API. Everyone has an API subfolder, is that right? And they have their own API and their own auth. I guess I'll have my own API and my own auth. Customers, what I'm doing right now, I want to say my name, which is not exactly a login thing, but I actually have two concerns because I also have the sign-up wrapper. So I'll do both so I don't forget. So FutureCaster auth, FutureCaster API, and then within auth, I would like to sign up. Use login, logs up, use sign up. Use sign up. Okay, so we'll call it use sign up. I'm still not sure about the difference between BigCommerce API and Commerce API. Okay. Mutation hook, fetcher, use hook. Use sign up, use sign up. Okay, so it looks like BigCommerce use sign up hook is extending the Commerce sign up hook. Okay. So yeah, this is a higher order hook. It's another higher order hook. Great. As much as I don't like Redux, I would do Redux all day instead of this like 10 layers of higher order hooking. It's not really 10, it's more like 3. It's still a pain. So this is the commerce config. Kind of seems like commerce config is the highest order config here. Use cart, add item, update item, remove item. Yeah. Log in and log out. I'm going to do a quick test where I try to log in and I'm testing that I will not come to the BigCommerce login. And that I will hit the commerce login. So use login. Just debugger. And then BigCommerce. Use login. This is inside of the actual login function, and I bet I won't hit it. I'll even do a bonus one and debug before the fetch. Okay. Crap, I don't know my password. Yeah, I don't think it matters. I think at the end of the day, you need to be authenticated to that API which you're requesting. And so there's like multiple authentication streams going on here. So if you want BigCommerce products, you need to be logged into BigCommerce. I'm not really sure what plain commerce has that API commerce doesn't have. It looks like it's a cookie manager, basically. Maybe it's just like a generic. I think it's just a generic. So that, yeah, here's Shopify config. So that the Commerce API is the overlap. Between BigCommerce, Shopify, and is Swell another store, basically? Swell Commerce. Yeah. Okay. So I don't want to engage the Commerce API. I'm actually glad it's distinct this way now. So I'm going to have my Commerce API, and I'm going to keep that separate from my Futurecaster, all the things that I want to do that are non-commercial. So for that reason, I don't need to extend Commerce API at all. And that's also going to make it easier. The less I mess with that, the easier it's going to be for me to pick up changes from upstream. Like when they change the actual framework, I can adopt those changes more easily. And it will be more portable. So from an information architecture perspective, BigCommerce, Shopify, and Swell should almost be under Commerce because they all extend that. And then Futurecaster is like a fundamentally different API. I'm going to respect some conventions, like I'll have API and auth, because the user will need to be, from this paradigm, the user will need to be authenticated into Supabase so that we can fetch that Supabase data. But I'm under no obligation, or even like, it's not even really indicated, like as a good practice, to extend, to engage the higher order hook framework that the Commerce API is putting forward. Because the reason that the Commerce API, in this interpretation, the reason that the Commerce API is putting forward a higher order hook is so that that hook can be extended into particular stores. I'm not doing that, and I'm not even a store. So I'm going to do me. Futurecaster, Shopify, Schema, GraphQL. Yeah, again, this is GraphQL. This is Shopify's GraphQL. And then this would be Swell's GraphQL. Right, so these are different APIs. Shopify's GraphQL, Swell's GraphQL, BigCommerce GraphQL. Love it. Glad you have it. It's not mine. So I would have my own Futurecaster GraphQL optionally if I'm using GraphQL, which we know that Supabase does not have real GraphQL. That was in a previous stream I covered. I could grab his tour and do it if I want to. But for now, I won't be doing that. I almost want to call this Supabase instead of Futurecaster. Yeah. Because what if I have... Supabase is my top level, though. But what if I do add Hasura? I would call it Hasura. And then somewhere else, I'll maintain that. Yeah, I should like diagram this out so I don't lose track of it, right? Because there would be commerce and then the Futurecaster game. No, I can still call it Futurecaster. Where Futurecaster doesn't really mean dang, I want to move these folders around so that I don't have to remember there are the architecture and I can just write it, but if I move those folders around, all kind of files are going to break. Let me just put some notes in the top level README. README. John's notes. Other than this section, currently, this README is a clone from NextJS Vercel Commerce Starter. Okay. Let me say it like this. Preview this. Preview. Open preview. Cool. I want it indented like that. If I just do 2, does it indent? No. So I need to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. BigCommerce, Swell, and Shopify APIs extend the FutureCaster API is currently in Superbase. Later, I might add Asura or some other stuff. The implementations are moderately different. Commerce API uses higher order hooks, and I'm not about that life. Okay, cool. I think that's all the notes that I really wanted to jot down right now before I lose track. Cool. So this is the route, and then all the route is going to do is point to a service. Oh, let me note that as well. The APIs are quasi MVC, NextJS page API section is like server routes, and the framework folder is like a services directory. I think that's fair, don't you? I mean, correct me if you disagree, but that's how I'm thinking about this stuff. But DoorDash is on the way. Love it. So this looks good to me. Okay. So I don't want to emulate the BigCommerce sign-up hook. And I don't want to emulate the commerce sign-up hook. I will have sign-up, and it could even be a hook, but it's not going to be a higher order or an implemented higher order. It's either going to be a standalone hook or just an HTTP, just like not a hook. I'm kind of thinking about this the Redux way, and I wonder if that's the wrong way to be thinking about this. Okay. Yeah, like maybe I need to understand SWR. I'm going to look at SWR versus Redux for like 2 minutes. Because the way that I would do this is I would be thinking of Redux with a thunk that fetches in the thunk. Sorry, I didn't mean to click that. Is it correct or good practice to use SWR together with Redux? Thank you for answering the question. In my code, I'm using the junction. I'm not going to use a junction in mine. Right, so here's the dispatch. Use selector. This is the way that I'm thinking of. Oh, that's kind of interesting. So he's using response in a way that I would usually use a thunk, like Redux Toolkit. In the excerpt above, I set my component state in Redux with the data that I return using the SWR integrated with Axios. That way, in any other component that needs to use the same data, I only import it with Redux's useSelect. Yes. Find it more practical than just using the SWR by calling useFetch on each component that wants to use that data. Right, so I'm not familiar enough with SWR, but I sure would not want to make that many HTTP requests. Now, maybe SWR caches internally, and so it's like kind of the same thing as useSelect, basically. So this guy, unfortunately, only 21 points, but let's hear what they got to say. I mean, the Asker also had 21. 21. SWR is intended to use the cache as a local state. Because that state lives on the server, it's more adequated and frees you from managing every manipulation of the state verbosely like you have to do with Redux, explicitly calling API calls anytime you dispatch an action. Now, I actually like the explicit API calls because for readability, traceability, and purposes of reasonability. Using both kind of defeats the purpose of SWR. You'll be better just using Redux then. A good rule to follow is to use SWR to manage the state that lives in the server, and Redux to manage the local state. So that's interesting, except that I don't have a very strong separation of concerns between my server and my local state because I'm using NextJS. It's like it's all server state. So maybe the implication is therefore I use SWR everywhere. Okay. Why I stopped using Redux. So far we got a point in SWR favor. Gabriel Avid. Redux was revolutionary. Redux is not a cache. Yeah, this is true. If I am dispatching and selecting, I have to do my own cache busting. One important thing to remember is that our front end and back end state are never really in sync. At best, we can create a mirage that they are. What are the downsides and why we need a cache in the first place? We shouldn't be recreating this back end state from the ground up like Redux encourages us to do. I want to dispute a lot of that. When I'm using Redux, I have entities in the UI that don't even exist in the back end. And so like, I have my database entities, and then those are computed into, but not identical with, but they are largely consistent with back-end entities. But there are differences, like you have calculated properties in your back end that don't exist in the database. And same for the UI. So I do think we need to calculate and cache and refresh as needed. There are now a myriad of libraries. Redux Observable, meh. Redux Saga, boo. Redux Thunk, win. Is this even using SWR? Really readable documentation. Yeah, let's just go to SWR itself. It's lightweight, it's super cool. Great. Use SWR, profile, hello, data.name. Bless up, that looks beautiful. I'm so glad I came to the SWR docs, because if I just examined the Commerce API and tried to understand, and please tell me it's called SWR, not like SWR. SWR? Yes, SWR. With SWR. Hold on, I'm going to tweet him and ask. SWR. SWR help? Is this really? This has nothing to do with whatever. This guy has, does it really have React suspense? I didn't think React suspense was even ready yet. That's awesome. Usage with NextJS, pre-rendering. So my site is pre-rendered. My site is statically rendered, I think. NextJS Commerce. Let me go with my own README first. Static performant by default in SEO ready, I think because it is static site rendered. Next.js Commerce static site. So this is what I started with, static. Add and update statically pre-rendered. Yeah, right. Okay. Site is a static pre-rendered Next.js implementation with SWR, with SWR. that's right. I always get the parens and the braces backwards in Markdown. Site is a static pre-rendered Next.js pattern with SWR for fetching. Is that proper to say? That's not really proper to say. It would be for state. It would be for state management. State. Cool. Yeah, I wrote the markdown correctly. Okay, close this, close this, close this, close this, close this. Together with SWR, you can pre-render the page for SEO, which I love, and which Redux does not always get right. You can make it happen, but it's not easy. And forget about funking it. Forget about funking it. Like, you can have an SEO-friendly app, but the thunk-derived data specifically will not be searchable because it's dynamically loaded. It's not. It's just, and it's like Googlebot can tolerate some dynamic JavaScript, but Thumps is way too much, I believe, at the moment. Here's that fetcher term again. In the example above, fetcher is used to load data from both client and server, and it needs to support both environments. Okay. So I'm using Vercel fetch for my fetcher, right? Totally. Fetcher function will be executed on the server side, yes. This is good. So there's a little magic, but I guess that's the point of the framework. There's a little magic where I request my page. Yeah, no, this is good because we want all these requests knocked out as early as possible. So we don't want runtime data loading. Maybe after the person logs in, Googlebot won't be scraping that. Okay. Yo, I'm liking this. Okay, so use SWR. It says if your page contains it. This is really used on the back end too, right? If your page contains frequently updated data, you don't need to pre-render the data. Cool. I'm loving it. Powered by Vercel. This looks good. So let's try to use it. Okay. SWR. Redux who? Redux what? Read what? Alright, this is going to be stupid, but I'm just going to mention it. There's something called Dux and Redux. It's like a Redux pattern. There's got to be a joke here. Somebody think about this, right? Because like Redux is kind of like Dux again. So it's almost like Dux. If Dux uses Redux, then isn't Dux the Redux? Or the Redux? All right, let that go. So the thing that I really cared about is being validated. SWR supports client side and server side. So I can use this. So yeah, my fetcher needs to be isomorphic, and we already have that achieved thanks to the starter. My fetcher needs to be isomorphic. On the client, I can use SWR for dynamic updating, probably after you authenticate because it's not going to get scraped. But this piece, keep it all scrapable. Although like Twitter, you sign in and you're still seeing the same stuff. You sign in and tweet, and those tweets are available even if you're not signed in, so they are scrapable. And this is a great reason Twitter has so much traffic. So making your site scrapable post-authentication, a lot of people don't have that concern, but if you're trying to drive traffic, which I would love to do, that's a win. So yeah, let's try and keep it pre-rendered AF, right? Okay. I think I fixed my README with everything I want. It's like docs, README. We are taking it slow, I know, and that's okay. I'm going to be making a like a course which takes all the Moonlogs and cuts out all the fat, and so it's just like code, and you're not going to have to like discover things with me because it'll all be buttoned up. But this is taking it easy, right? This is the point of streaming. And this is how programming really is. You got to learn stuff on the fly. Read the docs, understand it. Okay, so here, so we want the analog of API card. So I made two folders. FutureCaster API. So there's the pages, but then there's the framework. So pages are your route, framework are your services. So we made API and auth, and then with API, we are going to be consistent with the naming, but the implementation is going to be different. So it's going to be use sign up. I don't even know if I want to use sign up, because use sign up is a hook. And I might just, it might not be a hook. So it's a TSX. So I should look for sign up specifically. SWR authentication. So I'm going to want an example of this, yeah. Great. We'll come back to that in a minute. That'll be really great. Acme everywhere. Okay. So we're going to have use sign up, and then we're going to have, is it another use? What I want to do is get user information, get user metadata, get profile info, something like that. So with a BigCommerce route, this would be analogous to this API cart. API cart. Okay. So API cart is I have a feeling that's an index file, which I don't like. API cart. API cart index. Yep. Oh man. I'm not going to do it that way. Wow. Look at all that. So I'll do API user, but then I'm going to specify. Okay. BigCommerce, so here's API user.ts. Okay. So the page is currently like this, but I want it to import, so I want to move the handler. Is it just as simple as moving right there? So they go here, and then this is a next API handler at bottom. Let me just try and do this. API cart. Page cannot be found. Okay. Okay, so I can actually access it this way, and I want to, because this is like going to like show me that the Node.js be working. Let me look at products instead of cart. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same. But let's go to API BigCommerce catalog products. Okay, API BigCommerce catalog products. Cool. So we're here. Let's close the cart. All right. So it's similar, but at the end of the day, there's a specific function, and that's what I'm trying to trace out. So here's the page file. Here's the page file. Like literally this should work. And I should just get the same data when I switch it over to user. Customers, products, cart, checkout. Yeah, it is singular because I'm not getting users. I'm getting user. Okay. API foo break. Test driven. Break it. Break it. Break it. .404. Thanks. Great. User data. Great. Okay, so the user endpoint is working insofar as it's returning catalog products API. So let's open catalog products API, and then I'm going to try to shift it basically into user.ts over here. So we have framework feature caster API user, framework BigCommerce API catalog products. One level deeper doesn't matter, no bigs. So this, in theory, it's actually not that much. Let's go ahead and grab it. I'm going to comment this, delete it pretty soon here. Okay. The thing is, it's got all this stuff I don't want. Get products. Right, so we already know this is just a glorified try-catch. And create API handler. Good thing that I did that analysis earlier. So create API handler is not needed at all. Get out of here. Shoo, shoo. Boom. Be gone. Da, 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 da. I forget exactly how it goes. Products API. And then handlers. Handlers get products. It's just get products, right? So we're invoking just await res config body. So this could be await get user. Get user. Now I know that I don't have a get user function, but that's okay. And if I do that, I no longer need to compose create API handler. It returns await. It returns await. So this is not quite the same as returning. It's not the same as returning the handler function. It's returning the handler result, an invocation of the function. I still think it's get user. So it's export default, like get user result. do the handlers. So the get user result is, it shouldn't even be called products API, right? I'll call it like get user and handle error with error handling. Okay. Not super sure. Okay, you got body out of the request. Okay. Get user with error handling. It's async. It's async. It internally awaits, but externally, I don't think they were awaiting. So they didn't externally await. So I don't need a top level await. So I can just return that. All right, get user with error handling. That's what I'm calling this. It's not a BigCommerce API handler. This is not the correct definition. That's what it is. Filtering the allowed methods, I like that. So where do we get the isAllowed method? Whoa. Did they really do this? They literally copied and pasted the same file. Guys, no, you all know better than that. If Shopify and Swell are both going to use it, just put it in the Commerce API. Or this should be like top-level framework utils. Let's make it. Top-level framework utils. I like it. I should pull request them to dry that up. It's an export default, so I don't want the parens. Cool. Where else did I see you? They're really all using it. Guys, no. That's gonna be, I'm gonna pull request that. The BigCommerce API. Or Commerce Starter. I want the GitHub though. Yep. This is going to be a feature request. Dry is allowed method util. say subclasses? It's like sub. Okay, so I won't do that PR live today, but basically you can see from a process perspective, I'm filing the issue on Vercel Next. This way, if they don't want me to do that, and there could be a reason they don't want me to do that. Let me tell you one example. Here's an example why they wouldn't want me to do that. They might say, hey, we have that file duplicated because of our pipeline. If they say that, I'll cry big tears, but I'll be like, okay. That's going to be a point of divergence, though, because in my own code, I want to dry it up. But if they say they don't want it, or if they say, hey, we do want it, or like, we'll do it, but make this modification, I can have that conversation with them. Also, when I submit the pull request, it's not like standalone. It's like, hey, this pull request closes that issue. And that's a way to get a pull request prioritized. If your pull request closes issues, it's considered like better than just like random pull requests. So it's a way to get it prioritized, and it's also a way to like link the conversations. A lot of times you'll have a conversation on the pull request, which, you know, if it's chill, you don't need an issue at all. So yeah, I mean, maybe that's fine. If you're fine with a standalone pull request that doesn't close any issues, and you just have the conversation over there. I like to have a conversation before the pull request, so it's like, it seems like I'm asking them for either approval or their input, and I'm not just throwing code up there. It's like, hey, this is the thing people are talking about. Ideally, I get feedback, and it's like, this is the thing, we've talked about it, and here's the code based on our discussion. It's kind of like a nice way to do it. Although I guess you can just do a pull request and have the discussion on the pull request. Okay, is allowed method is under swell. Is allowed method. Okay, is allowed method under BigCommerce is allowed method under Shopify. So this one we're going to take over to swell. Just works. Now, in principle, I could even delete this whole file, and I'll probably do that later, but I'm not going to do that right now. Because anyone who's importing this could just import from the upstream dependency instead of right here. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is one level deeper, or did that work? That worked, okay. Okay, so this will work for here. Cool. We're not BigCommerce at all. We're not BigCommerce at all. Message is error instance of. I can guarantee you it's not going to be, so then it will be an unexpected error occurred. Okay. I like to do it this way. So I log the message with the error object, and the error object is noted as an error object. I'll show you briefly the difference here. You can probably already tell. Let's say I have const error equals, bro, I'm so broken. So I can console.log error. It's just a string. Now imagine that you're looking at debug logs, and there's just like string, string, string. It's like everything blurs together. Now, console.log, let's do it this way. What error bronze are broken? So it gets identified as an error. And so it's not just like a random string, it's like a labeled string. And this is even better if error was an error object. So it would be labeled. It's like, and now I can reference from code to log. I can say, oh, that variable is this log. That object is not just some error object. It's like it's this one because they're labeled. So that's why I like to do it like that. And then also I can just add more stuff all in one because I can do message, and message would be labeled as the message, and it would all be in one object, so we know it's like an associated event. The other thing is like I avoid having like 5 lines of console logs because I just have one object. And with the 5 lines, it's not even clear that they're one object. And if you want to get really crazy, you can have like a log parser, and it's just cleaner to have one object that you can parse instead of like collecting lines and like smushing them together and having to do some data wrangling to create your parse log. Okay. Product handlers. I don't need you at all. Okay. So it looks like that is the pattern they're using for their handlers, that they don't have. It's like a two-step service layer, which I'm not sure that I like. So they have get products. So this is getting products. Get products. Get products is a handler. Okay. So here, API. This is just under API. So this is get products. Catalog. So here's products, which is not the handler, versus get products, which is the handler. So what is the benefit of splitting these guys? The way I'm thinking about this, the benefit would be products is like all of your products methods might have some shared error handling, some shared type, some stuff that they share. It's like feature level. So it's like a top level. It's like a top level service, and then that service gets messy, and you split it into lower level services. I think that's fine. I think that's fine to split your top level into lower level, and then they call handlers. I don't know about this terminology of handlers. Yeah, it kind of feels like they want to map it to REST verbs. I don't know about that. But I can think about it. I can think about it as handlers are just, and then here they just straight up bundle it. Like it's a bundled service. That's so gross. It's just a top level service and then lower level services. Where's my README? That's how I'm going to treat it. I'm not 100% sure that was the intent. Feature, README, fuzzy type, that's great. The APIs are quasi MVC 1, 2, 3, 4. NextJS, okay, yeah. Handlers is a subfolder used to catch sub-services when the top level service is complicated. That's how I'm going to treat it. It's just a way to keep your files kind of small. Okay. So as such, handlers are, in my opinion, optional. Let me add that. As such, in my opinion, handlers are optional. Are optional. Handler files are optional as needed. So it's not like we always need a handler file. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think that was the whole point of handlers, is they want to have, basically it's generic error handling. And I'm really not about it. Okay. I'm really not about it. To me, like I get the separation and isolation of concerns, but isolation of concerns to me doesn't mean like one function per file. I don't buy that. Sorry. Get products, get user. So I'll put get user right here. And this way, when I do get a bunch of logic all bundled up in here, I can split it out intelligently instead of splitting it out prematurely. I can say, oh, this stuff is all related to each other. Let's move that into a file. Cool, I'm talking myself further into it. And look, even they didn't actually really separate the concerns because they embedded their models into their services, their types. So they really didn't do one thing in methods get. That would be a potential difference. Because this will vary by particular endpoint, right? Like /user. So it ends up being RESTful anyway. Yeah. So if it was like /user/books, like the books that belong to that user, then books might be readable but not writable. So you could get but not put or post. So that would mean that this methods hubbub shouldn't even go in the service bundler if you truly split out every endpoint, because then you would be assuming that like user/books, user/food, user/where I went to sleep at night, all of these can use get. And that would not be appropriate. You would want to tailor it at the endpoint. Like this endpoint can read and write, this one can only read, this one can delete. So this implementation, I'm just talking myself further into what I was already saying. This implementation that the Commerce API has out of the box does not strongly signal that handlers are like always needed. Or yeah, that like the handler's pattern is strongly defined, that there's a different handler per endpoint. That's not strongly defined. Cool. Okay, so search products data, I don't need that. Methods get, it's fine for now. So we decide not to import get user, we'll just define it here. Request Redis config body. I don't think it's really important to put body over here because you can just put body over there. Okay. Yeah, and then I don't really even see the big benefit of splitting out this method at all. Okay, so get, this is just going to get user. Because I might want tailored error handling. In the future, if I do have like shared error handling, I will create a generic method. But currently, I don't think it's necessary. Okay, so get user, yeah, and it shouldn't, oh wait, get user, we just like return body for now. That's fake news, but whatever. Alright, I gotta be, I'm gonna be back in 20 seconds. Coffee. Donut. Another donut. I got peanut, chocolate and peanuts. I got cinnamon. All right. So this is the piece that I need to change. I'm not sure what I need config for. Let me look and get products. So there's a config store API fetch. GraphQL data config. So it holds the fetcher is the only reason I see it's needed there. Holds the fetcher. Okay, basically it's the store stuff. So in my case, I'm calling Supabase. So yeah, Supabase does, I believe, have a JSON web token I want you to use. So I might or might not need it, because I think the Supabase client has that stuff already inside the client. Cool, this is going to be something I need to look up anyway. All right, so get user. Here we'll bring in Supabase. Yeah, I don't have an init Supabase file. How do I init Supabase? I think I just initialize in the UI, which is like probably not a good idea, right? Login view, right? That's where I do it. Okay. Because I'm using the Supabase UI. So this will let my client directly talk to Supabase and never talk to Vercel. But I don't like that because I want Vercel to hold some business logic that runs after sign up, right? I think this is all correct. And because later on, Vercel's going to need to be aware that this person's logged in. Like, it's not going to cut it that Supabase knows that you're logged in, and like BigCommerce doesn't know. So all of that session manipulation, session joining, is going to be done on the server, not the client. So I don't think I should be using a Supabase client in my UI, in my use case. I guess other people who they want the Supabase authentication and all their things are on Supabase. Yeah, basically if they just don't need cloud functions. Although, check it out, Supabase says cloud functions are coming. You would think that would be even closer to, like it'd be faster because you would think Supabase cloud functions are closer to Supabase data store, like from a networking perspective. So serverless functions are coming. Workflows are coming. What the heck? Yeah, the Supabase storage is really cool. It's like files. We're not releasing functions today. Trust us, you know you want them. That was last month. That was like last month. So they're still killing it. For example, what if you want to send an email to a user one day after a user signs up, or a year? Yes. AWS step functions are wild. So are they going to implement that? Oh, golly. So you're building open source step functions. Wow. Okay, hold on. I need to tell my guy on LinkedIn. Alright, cool. So I just posted that. I have a friend on LinkedIn that's like really into step functions. He has a YouTube channel too, Jesse Warden. Go check him out. I guess there's not really a good reason for me to even be hiding this, so bam! This guy, Jesse Warden. So, and he does some tutorials on YouTube, coding tutorials. Alright, cool. Let me put that on my own GitHub issue so I don't forget. Close all this, thank you. I'll leave those open. Okay. Where's my GitHub issues? Did they respond over here? Not yet. Okay. So, where we are is I decided that we shouldn't use the Supabase client, right? Directly. I still think that's correct. Because the person can log into Supabase and my application is unaware, which would be fine if Supabase housed all my business logic in Supabase Cloud Functions. But that doesn't exist right now for the thing we just went over. But it will exist soonish. So that's going to be wild. But in the meantime, Vercel should be handling the Cloud Functions. That's potentially going to be a lot of rework in the future. Maybe that's good. Y'all get to see what a real world migration looks like. If I have to migrate from Vercel Cloud Functions to Supabase Cloud Functions, maybe I have like 2 different apps. Okay. Yeah, it makes me feel bad because Supabase was doing some really cool stuff. But I cannot use this. Look how simple it was. 2-liner sign in, but I can't do it. I'm hoping I can just move this onto my back end. That's what I'm hoping. Okay, and so then this will go over here. And that would be the difference. Whoa. So where did I initialize Supabase? Futurecaster live. Okay, so this is where I initialized Supabase. Right. Use user avatar. Yeah, I want to do that. Later. Okay, so I have this lib, and it seems like it's fine where it is. Like this create client can run on the server, right? We just created it on the server now. Okay, so I'm currently believing that's fine. And so then the way my login view was logging in, I think it's just migratable. Is this not migratable? I just want to make sure this isn't like logging out secrets. Oh, it showed it and then I closed it like an idiot. Okay, so here's the client. Yeah, it's totally logging out secrets. Big bad. So this client should not be in the UI at all. So how can I show this without this being here? This looks like a GitHub discussions. Okay. GitHub, and then we're back on Superbase. As far as I know, I need to initialize the Superbase client and pass it to the UI component in order to use social sign-on buttons. Is there a way that I can use the GitHub social sign-on button without exposing my Superbase secrets to the UI window object? They might be like, dude, why did you show this picture? I don't think you can technically hack me like that anyway. Also, I don't really care if you do. Yeah, it's like I need to figure out a way to initialize this on the server side and not have the scope displayed in the UI. I mean, I guess for now I'll just leave it in the UI, but that feels like a problem. Okay. Let me just make sure I don't forget about it. Does discussions show references? No? Okay. Okay, cool. So here, and then let's get rid of these. And so what's the big deal with just making the query to Supabase client directly? Yeah, keep coming back to the same thing, because I don't want my UI to have all the logic like, hey, check if their username exists. If it doesn't do this, okay. So this is the thing that I would want to use. I'm not sure if I can go back to this other login. Use login from framework. Auth use login. Okay. So now let's try this. Oh, this is like sign-in stuff. Here we are, API user, so this would be auth use sign up. Yeah, I think so. Just called use sign up instead of get sign up. So here, let's sign up. I need to get their email from the body. I mean, I guess it's try catching anyway. So do this. I think I can just do this. Oh, that would not be in query. Yeah, it would just be right, it would be a direct child of body. Right? Okay, so there's email. Error is Supabase sign in. Shouldn't necessarily be an error. Okay, I guess it's otherwise void. So it's just on the client, Supabase client itself, right? Otherwise void. Okay. So this is, yeah, otherwise intentionally void. It's kind of wonky, but okay. intentionally void, client is now authorized. So this can be void. Yep. Okay. Cannot find name rec. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so here, where does rec come from? Let's go to the products again, API products, catalog products specifically. So it returns an API. It returns an API handler. Yeah, so where does this come from? It comes from the generated handler. It comes from the generated handler. So this should be a handler that we're returning. Okay, so we return get sign up. Okay, so we return a handler. Cannot find this name. Because I'm not trying to invoke you is the reason you can't find the name. You are simply a function with an argument. You're simply a function with an argument. So I don't think I should invoke you. We can even call it, I don't want to call it use sign up because it's not a hook. So you maybe make this a hook. Okay, so we're going to tell it that auth succeeded. Come over here. Here's email. No value exists in scope. Yep. So we need to get the email. And again, we want to return get user, not get user result. Okay. This is another get sign up, get user. Use sign up. Yeah, sign up is downcase. Get sign up. Superbase is allowed method. So get user, and then how do we get the user? Email. We get the email this way from the request body. The email's in the request body, but I'm not trying to actually sign up here. So what I want to do here is just get data. So we do res.json data. And this will be a Superbase query. Okay, so I want to get const get current user. Maybe Superbase already knows. And then should be a query for current user's name. Okay. Just log data like that. Okay, this is good. So I think now I just need to correct my query. How to do a Superbase query. So there's a sign up of table. Here's this. Oh, session and user. Interesting, interesting. So you just immediately get session. What is in session data? Inside a browser context, user will return the user data if there is a logged in user. Ooh, wonderful, wonderful. What about a non-browser context? Why would that not work? For server-side management, you can get a user through auth, get user by cookie. Cool. Is this sync or async? I love the control K for their docs, by the way. So it doesn't tell me if it's sync or async, so I guess and check. Okay. Does not exist on type Superbase auth client. Well, that's unfortunate. Superbase. So I'm pretty sure Superbase is passing through the GoTrue API. Get user by reading the cookie from the request works for NextJS and Express. Requires cookie parser middleware. I better have it. Ooh. Oh no, this is GoTrue having it. This is not. Okay. Yeah, this is This is the express way, but it's not the NextJS way. Does NextJS already have it? That's what I'd like to know. Cool. An object containing cookies. So NextJS already has the cookies. Okay, so auth.api.getUser.cookie. Oh, because I didn't do auth.api. And then you want the request. Cool. And then you're going to read my cookies. Hopefully it works. Cookies, cool. Why are you doing red? Comma expected. Oh, yes. Cookie. Okay, cool. This is great. So now I get user, there's a request, it comes in, and we just check, and we give them the info. Okay, so I'm not currently logged in, so this should not work. And so this is going to be API/user. Okay, let's do it again. Bam! I just don't want a 404, that's what I don't want. Okay, so this still happened. I didn't plug in the service, I think that's why. Okay, page, user. Here's API. Yeah, so framework API, and then this part should be framework API. Oh, that's kind of weird that that future caster is never specified. Framework API user. Yeah, no, that's wrong. What is it? How does this get registered? Catalog products API. API catalog products. It just straight up skips BigCommerce. Okay, so let's try API. API BigCommerce catalog products. API user. Okay, so I guess I need to be nested in the folder. Can't resolve API user. From framework API user. Okay, I'm not super sure, but here I'll add future caster with user future caster. Okay, so, and maybe there's some magic going on where it's associated. Framework API checkout. And this would be Framework API user. If it magically knows to map under the future caster directory. Catalog products API. Export default. Catalog products API. And then mine is export default get user. Cannot find module. Hey Tina, I can hop off whenever. So this should not work. Yeah. Framework API. Checkout. How do it register that? That's my question. Framework API checkout. It knows to come over here. Framework BigCommerce API checkout. So somewhere this string has to be getting registered somehow. Wow, it's literally not specified. This is like more magic voodoo. It's so annoying. API BigCommerce pages, API BigCommerce checkout. Is this a NextJS thing? No. There's just a bunch of people talking about their opinion of a good framework folder structure, which is not what I want. Okay, so this is the API user. It's like framework is mapping to BigCommerce specifically. Okay, here we go. tsconfig to the chosen provider. Okay, like you only get to choose one provider at a time. Well, that's a big problem. That's a big problem. So I can only use one provider at a time. That's a terrible problem. Okay, cool. I'm going to do my thing where I don't use any of these ats. I don't like that. Okay, so get user from this would be from the framework folder. Can I just use @framework? That might be a shortcut. @framework. Oh, no, because @framework is being reserved to BigCommerce. No, framework should be the framework folder, man. Yeah, I'm going to change that right now. Sheesh, look at all these places it's used. Alright, I'll just GitHub issue it. submit new issue. And then I want to file it on theirs to see if they're open to that. Vercel Commerce. You know, use one provider at a time, and B, okay. This one is API user. What was this file a long time ago? Would you like to undo move? No, I don't want to undo move. All right, let me double check the NextJS handler. Oh, I have my other NextJS library. Pages. This is why it's good to have reference code, right? That's what it looks like. So. And then, yeah, I don't have a lot of options. Okay. So now, something should happen. It might not work, but something should happen. see what we get. Got a 404. What about over here? So over here, oh, I did not mean to do that. Cannot find get sign up. Did you mean get sign up? Yes. What the heck? Okay, cool. I think I clicked and dragged something. Unfortunate. Yeah, I get that it didn't work, but I wish I had some more logging. Or some confirmation that I'm even getting here. Okay. Let's just do, so this is sign up, which I'm not hitting. Hey. How about now? API user. Because I moved it, right? Yeah, so there is no API user. Because I was confused about this. Damn. It should just be a child API. I don't need the update imports. No. I do need to, but I never trusted it to do that manually. So let's delete that folder. Very cool. Yeah. So now we get here. All right. So I am logged into Superbase via cookies. Oh, yeah. I actually didn't think I was logged in. Well, there you go. I am logged in this whole time. And then over here I said, hey, so I don't need that anymore. Get user by cookie worked. What is that, my UUID? I want the... I want this user, which doesn't exist, and I think they gave me the auth user. There's a row in users. Yeah, so this person still exists, but that's not the UID. So how would I look it up? Get user by cookie, okay, got it. Close this because the cookies worked. Close this. Close this. Close this. No browser context. Hit the logged in user. I'm going to try it anyway. It's probably just going to error or whatever. So this gave me the user. Oh, is it because I picked out data? Maybe that's the issue. Okay. User. We'll go with that. Now I should get more info, I hope. Yeah. Okay, user is null. Interesting. Okay, the user is null, but you're still cookied. Sorry, I'm getting some allergies. All right. Grab an allergy pill 1 second. Very cool, so we're going to wrap this up in the next 10 minutes. Let's say that name. We're close, but I'd like to really be done. Alright, so I think we need to check in where we're at right now. To do get name from other table. I don't know if we'll get that far to the joining. So what I'm going to do for this time is it's going to say like my email, which like in the real world that's not going to be a thing. But I'm going to get it to say hello and then my email right here. And then it's a couple of short hops, and I'll do that before the next stream and have my like pretty name. And then I'll probably stream creating the mobile next time. Okay. So here we are, shoes. There are no products that match shoes, how unfortunate. So this guy is not logged in. Okay. That's kind of good, I guess. So let's log him in. Let's log him in. User. Also just clean this up so that we just return the user. User data error. Okay. Use sign up. So we'll commit this, and this is going to be feed API user. Slowly checking in. Okay, so I'll use sign up. Here's this. Let's go back to our login form that we previously used here. Sign up with GitHub. Access token. So now I think I am logged in, so let's go over here. Still doesn't recognize me somehow. access token. Yeah, there should be a bearer token, right? But it's in the URL. I wonder if it's because of the hash. No, still got a hash. Oh, it sends me over to localhost. Oh man, I don't like that, even if I didn't come from a post. But now it got rid of it. So now you think I'm logged in? No, you still don't think I'm logged in. Okay. Okay. You sign up. And let's go to login view, by the way. When it's auth, here's the login view. Oh yeah, this doesn't work. So here's the way it used to be. Let's see if this works. Compiling. Oh, successfully. It says fast refresh done, but I'm not sure if that was like the latest one. So again, we sign up with GitHub, which already signed up with GitHub, so it should just log me in. And it shouldn't lose my cookie tab to tab, because it's the same domain. So I can see my cookies over here. I can see my cookies over here as well. IOHFX. So the cookies are shared. So I'm getting redirected back to here. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Like opening this shows an access token in the URL. It has like a bearer token, etc. Is it because this guy doesn't exist on the other page? So it's like in memory or something? Yeah, look at all these tokens. Current session, EYJH. So it's literally just grabbing it out of the URL. Okay. So I kind of feel like this page would know that I'm logged in, even though this one doesn't. So is there a way that I can test this quickly without changing pages? I mean, there's the cheaty way, which is to use the auth.user, but I want to use it in a browser context. This will do it, yeah. So this cookie, I need to be on the server. So I need like the sign up with GitHub on the server. Okay, so I think I can't use that sign up with GitHub link. Sign in with the magic link. Will that work? I feel like plain old user, email password is probably the most straightforward way to do this. Okay. Same password recovery. Reset my password. Yeah, password reset didn't work either. It just gave me an auth token. Alright, I think we're at time. I think we're not going to be able to get it. So the issue is that I have this session, but it's on the client, and I want it on the server, and I'm having trouble like passing it around currently. So this use sign up. And then I could just, yeah. So like get sign up. How can I even get it without that info being exposed on the client? I think I need to like solve this all into a JSON Web Token. Or just not share it. There should be a way. I think I just don't share it, and I think I don't get to use the cool Supabase UI buttons. Alright, well that's unfortunate because it looks cool. So this I will roll back to, yeah. Basically roll back what I did last stream where I use the Supabase UI. So there's Supabase UI. I'll go clean this up offline, but basically I just don't use the Supabase UI anymore. We'll use the use login. This wants to use the framework use login, which we know is the FutureCaster framework use login, or yeah, is the BigCommerce use login. And we're going to change that to be our own use login. And if we do it this way, we don't get the magic button, we don't get the social button. We can re-implement that later, but we just need user password basically. Okay, username and password, we'll try to authenticate with BigCommerce, which is not a thing. Like my user's not in there. How can I go in Supabase and like, the thing is I don't know my Supabase password. So can I like assign that here? Okay, so here, now I have the old UI. Here's the login token, how many accounts sign up. Use a different email. Yeah. And you do sign up. Let's do Superbase sign up. And then it gives you the session right there. Down to the wire. Here's email. Email, password. I'll log it out just to make sure it's getting in there. Or we can just return it. So in the front end, we don't use that. We use sign up, and then it is the export default. We'll go like this, so it's not an export default. I like the default stuff. I think it's less explicit. Okay, so we got get sign up. This would be async. All right, so here we await login. No, we just await get sign up. Expected 1 or 2 arguments, we got 1. Okay. So there's email and password. Yeah, no, we can't just do that. We need to fetch. This is where they want us to use the SWR thing, which I think I can implement later, but I don't have time right now. Pass host. It really should be a post, shouldn't it? I don't know if I... Okay. This is just like a random fetch example. Cool. So I can post it. I think I need to get to JSON. What does it complain about? Cannot redeclare. I didn't redeclare it. It's common thread. You're lagging, dog. Body init, null undefined. What's going on there? Object literal may only specify known properties and email does not exist. I'm not super sure what the issue is there. Do I need to stringify it or something? Let's make it work. All right, so send you a fetch as any, and we're going to fetch at API/user. No, API/signup. Sign up, API, sign up, cool. So now we're going to post it, see what happens. Refresh the page. I think this is kind of our last little try for the web stream. We've been going over 5 hours at this point. That's pretty cool. So, network tab open. Clear this out. Preserve. Clear this. And we now post. I know I put it on the login. It should be on the sign up, whatever. Looks like some kind of error, unexpected error occurred. It did connect. Oh, it requires a valid password. All right. I mean, okay. I don't know what a valid password is. Sign up requires a valid password. What are you talking about, man? Due to server-side changes, huh? Not like that one either. Password. just use example password. Let's just do sign up is this. And I want to make sure that it's getting it too. Refresh it one more time, some kind of build stuff happening. Example password. That error too. Unexpected error. Oh, and it's undefined. Okay. So what is it getting? Got some cookies, raw headers. Oh, and I can do a debugger here real quick. How about this? See if this works. I have JavaScript debug terminal. You can notice in the lower left. Will hopefully enable me to debug. Cool. So I didn't click VS Code. It popped right up. So the great news is it appears that NextJS is just as debuggable as anything else. Run it in a JavaScript debug terminal. I know I talked I would do that at the beginning. In VS Code, it comes with it. You just open up a JavaScript debug terminal. You can use your debugger. And I can also go over here to the debug console and play around with it like it's a DevTools console. So I can check email. It's going to be undefined. About REQ. Here's the object. I can expand it. And it's more friendly to do this than to scroll through logs, right? So I want to look at params as my other suspect. REQ params. I'm not seeing it. REQ.body. Is object. Somehow it's getting stringified. Oh, do I not have a body parser? Body, and they do it like this. Alright, let's do all that. New body is rec.body. it actually is the string. It's the split string object. Okay, so the issue is that the object isn't getting parsed somehow. I'm going to debug that on my own time, but we got pretty close. So moving Superbase over to the server. Now you can sign up. When you sign up, I need to get that session. We know how to get the session. And the piece that I need to add is the other table that has first name and last name and whatnot. Or just getting the session and returning the user. We have the user object right here, but I expect it would be right there with the email, and I would just click it at the @ sign and say hello with that as well. So I'll probably finish that up later tonight or tomorrow. I don't expect to stream it. And then I'll see you for the next stream where I'll do the first time user experience.